Good.
We also have our Reading Plus combo, so these students, they score 80% or higher with 4 reading passages in a row. For our 3rd grade top student is Haley Contreras. Our 4th grade top reader is Heidi Contreras. And our 5th grade top reader is Lillian Gonzalez. We have one additional piece of recognition. This is awarded to one student who has been one of our very avid readers. We have been challenging our students to read 1,000,000 words. Oh, Lillian.
Congratulations.
Sorry. So as I was saying, this student has been one of our avid readers. Our students have been trying to reach 1,000,000 words as a class. A few months ago, we had one award recipient, and now we have this actual individual student has read 1,000,000 words on his own, Luis Urbina Vega.
Wow. Good job. Is somebody else? Junior high. Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
At junior high, I'd like to recognize students on 2 separate occasions. The first I'd like to recognize is our top AR readers. This year at junior high, we've been pushing accelerated reader, and we have students
employees.
Yes, sir.
Next, we'll go to item B, which is the employee recognition.
Good evening, board.
Hello.
So I don't think my person's here today, but our employee of the month for March is Monica Villarreal. She is our head nurse here for the district, but she's housed at our campus. She is so helpful with everything. She stays on top of everything that we need. Anytime there's any kind of new, outbreak or whatever, she's ready to give us all the information. She probably stays at work as late as I do. It can be 5:30, 6 o'clock, and I'm leaving, and she's still there. So she's a really hard worker, and we love Monica. So we wanted to honor her. For Pearsall Intermediate, I would like to recognize Miss Becky Enriquez, and she is here. That's a long drive. It's gonna be hard in the rain, but she stays. Miss Enriquez is one of our dyslexia teachers who not only services the students at intermediate, but she also services students at TFE. She's been with our district for several years, and she has served as a classroom teacher, an RTI teacher, and a dyslexia teacher. In addition to her teaching, she's always quick to volunteer to do extra duties and take on anything extra with a smile on her face. She's someone who has made an incredible impact, not to just the lives of students, but everyone who comes our way. So we're truly honored to have Miss Enriquez.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Ladies.
Thank you, Miss Enriquez.
Thank you.
For Pearsall Junior High, my employee is not here tonight, but her name is Brenda Feliciano. She's been named the Employee of the Month for her hard work, dedication, and willingness to go above and beyond. During a challenging time with an employee being out, Brenda has stepped up without hesitation, taking on additional roles, tasks to ensure a smooth workflow. Her commitment, reliability, and positive attitude have made a significant impact on our team. Thank you, Ms. Feliciano. Good evening, board. Pearsall High School is proud to recognize Mr. Anthony Limon as our March Employee of the Month. As our dedicated world geography teacher, Mr. Limon actively engages students by helping them connect their learning to the world around them. He is committed to providing the best educational experience both in and out of the classroom. With a growth mindset and a willingness to support others, he consistently goes above and beyond. Mr. Limon takes great pride in his work and has built strong, meaningful relationships with his students and parents. Congratulations to Mr. Anthony Limon. Pearsall is proud to have him. He got drenched at the track meet and is unable to make it.
The central office, oh no.
Yes, sir, we do. Give me 1 second, okay? Judge Juarez?
Hello.
I'm not sure
them up, bring them up, bring them up.
All right, so, Heidi Contreras is here now, and she got awarded, for the extra math for completing all 4 operations in 4th grade extra math, and she is also our top reader for 4th grade in our Reading Plus. Sister Haley Contreras is our grade top reader.
Let Mom take one. We're done with that, right?
Yes, sir. Just one more.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you, administrators, for recognizing your staff. And I had a conversation with Mr. Daniel Garza last week, right? And it's a meaningful conversation, right? Because going through graduate school, you learn about leadership and leading, and being an effective administrator, managing, and you have to be able to wear different hats. When you manage, when you administrate, when you're an administrator, you have to follow policies and be consistent in doing things. When you lead, you have to do things doing the right thing, which is different. But an administrator does things right. A leader does the right thing, and the right thing can be different depending on the situation, and that defines the person that you are, right? So we had a conversation. Before we had a conversation, I attended a conference, and we took some high school students to present. Some of your leaders. I learned a lot about them thanking the board for putting those phones in pouches, because it made a big difference in them. And I learned a lot about what they felt about Chromebooks and how learning is not really happening with those Chromebooks. But what I listened to, which is very important, I listened to a student, and this student said, leadership is not about what you do, it's about what you do for others. So Daniel we got into a conversation with Mr. Garza, and he says, man, I've been working hard, and I think I'm going to put my name up for recognition. Okay, and so we're not going to do that. I'm going to put his name and the other people who have done a lot for others, and that's our district leadership, our cabinet, right? So we have some gifts for y'all, because you never ever, you're always giving, and we appreciate that, right? But you also, what you do, you help make a big difference, right? And beginning with the campus principals, right? And we've got some bags for y'all. We have four up and coming great leaders, right? Because great things are happening, right? Great things are happening that I don't have to worry about a problem occurring. I don't. About what they call putting out a fire. You always hear people saying putting out fires. It doesn't happen. If they do things right, if they follow proper protocol, they do the right thing as well as leaders, they don't have fires to put out, right? People may be upset because of the decisions made, but we follow policy and protocol. That's just the way it works, right? But they also help and give a lot to their employees. And they learn that over time that they grow together, right? And at cabinet meetings and at principal meetings, and they learn how to differentiate and how to be good people, bottom line. So we're going to highlight them because y'all are doing an exceptional job. You don't hear it enough, but when I don't have to worry about what's going on in the campus, that means that's really positive, y'all. And to know that y'all are doing that type of work, I mean, you got to just keep that up, because that's how things should be done in good, exceptional school districts, right? Where things they're not supposed to happen, don't happen. And so I want to thank the four ladies. Okay, we have Ms. Aleida Velasquez, right, who is a DAP principal. And when there's concerns and when there's issues, she'll call me for advice so she can, her and I can make the best decision possible, the best interest of our kids and our staff. We have Ms. Velasquez, who's doing a good job overseeing multiple programs. Okay, we have Ms. Cordelia Gonzalez, okay, from Dilley, now in Pearsall. Okay, okay, learning the job as it is at TFE, which is got about 700 kids and over 50 staff members. Okay, which is high, and we appreciate your help because you got the pre-Kers. They're always ill. I understand that. And you got the second graders that are ready to go to the next level. And now we have Ms. Gina Baker, who's from here. Okay. Former Longhorn. Okay, she right? And she's also growing effectively with her staff. We have Ms. Tiffany Talamantes, also a Longhorn. Okay. Okay, who's doing an exceptional job working with her staff and keeping the kids straight, keeping the kids straight in line, right? Which is highly to be appreciated. We also have Miss Melissa Bass, high school principal. Okay. So the work that y'all do, y'all, is maybe not thanked enough. Right, y'all have the most difficult road. Y'all have the hottest seat in the district. You really do. And I told y'all that before. It's hot, right? And it's like, are you sure you want to sit in a hot chair? Seriously, right? And not very many people can do it effectively and consistently all the time. And so we are very fortunate to have y'all in that hot seat doing things right and doing the right thing when it comes down to helping kids and helping staff. Okay, so we have some bags for y'all as well. Okay, we're going to give you those bags. Okay, we're going to call up all the other people as well that we have. Not very many. I don't want to take too much time, y'all, but it's just important that we let people know who we are. Okay, and so we have Mr. Daniel Garza. Okay, okay, okay. Mr. Daniel oversees a lot of our technology infrastructure, y'all. I don't know if y'all knew, but we had a cyber attack during the holidays. It was minor, but he was here every day trying to make sure that we were able to open up when it came down to having school again. He did an exceptional job. He did an exceptional job working with external parties to make sure that our district's interest was protected. He's doing a phenomenal job overseeing fencing, construction throughout the district to make sure that the district is safer. He's currently working on with Mr. Esquivel, the chief, myself, to bring lights, traffic lights to the front of the high school, right? Which is good for safety purposes for our students who cross every day back and forth. We're going to give them another avenue of being safe. And the people who tend to drive fast through that area, they don't respect those signs, y'all, which is important. So he's also working with that. And so, we salute you. We salute you for helping your staff, right? Your people, helping Lucero for you being here at every meeting, helping people grow, helping make a difference, right? And you don't hear that, we don't have it. No, we do have it in technology. We're among the best because we do provide that help. We never shy from it, right? And so that's attributed to your leadership and your success. Okay? We have Mr. Rochester in the back, okay? The gentleman in a suit, okay? He is sharp-dressed man, as ZZ Top calls it, right? But he's working, okay? Okay? He works with our instructional coaches and our principals to try to improve our curriculum beyond academics. And this is his first year, and he is bringing a lot. He works well with people. He works well. He brings that special trait to work with people and help people. So we appreciate his help as well. We have Mr. Chief Cantu. Chief Cantu, okay? Everything that you do, sir, is appreciated, right? From taking care of our kids is the number one priority, to take care of our staff, to helping out, to reaching out, to being supportive of everything that we do. Wow, your service, like 40, every day, 24 hours a day, we appreciate everything that you do to keep us safe, right? You're young, You have a bright future. You really do, right? Stay with it. You're going to make you continue to make a huge difference for everybody here. Your staff that you've brought in, that you're leading, right, is very, very to be appreciated. Because I know that you guys have a model program, and you've mentioned it before, when he goes to conferences, and they can't believe what things are being done under his leadership. Because a lot of schools, most schools in the state of Texas aren't there yet. And he brings that. He brings that learning and meaning and leadership to the table as well. We appreciate you a whole lot. We also have Mr. Armando Perez. Okay, first year head band director, first or second year, right? Okay. Quiet man. He's not a man of many words, but he knows what he's doing. And when he has something to say, he's on cue. He really is. We appreciate everything you do for our kids. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate you being in the cabinet meetings, trying to make a difference in these kids' lives, and having them have fun. Okay, we all know that band is attributed to high academics. If you're in band, you have a high chance of continuing to excel academically, right? But you're making it fun for these kids. And I see a lot of that old tradition that we had before. I see it back. I see these kids. It's exciting to see that. It really is. The Maverick tradition is back, thanks to you. Okay. We also have Ms. Veronica Martinez, who's been here. Okay, under the leadership of A+, right? At the beginning. Okay. Cafeteria is where it happens. Y'all know that. Providing our breakfast and food every day to our kids. I mean, that's one of the most important things that we continue to offer. She has to work with our staff. She has to make sure that everything's in line to follow policies, right? Because she's an administrator. She follows things, protocol, make sure the calories are appropriate, make sure that we don't go over because we don't want to get in trouble with the TDA, Texas Department of Agriculture, etc. You work well with your people, you lead your people well, and that's good because you got, when things are going well in the cafeteria, you got to appreciate that. Because I see in other times, y'all, before in other places where it ain't going as well. And so you got to appreciate her staff, when things are going very well, servicing our kids, right? That's to be appreciated. Thank you for being here every month. Thank you for serving our kids. Thank you for the cabinet meetings. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being supportive of your staff. Thank you for working with them throughout the year. Okay, Lisa Fernandez, another cabinet member right here in front. Okay. Lisa took on the business manager role a couple of years ago, right? Lisa is a shining star, right? She was not born here, but she is from here now, right? Right? But I tell you what, she has a lot to offer, and she also works well with people. She's got that special gift as well to work with people and helping people, understanding their situations that occur, and being flexible enough to help when help is needed. So thank you, Ms. Fernandez, for everything that you do. Okay? We have our special ed director, Dr. Juarez. Okay? Dr. Juarez, we have a modest proportion of special ed kids under your management cooperative. Thank you for helping guide our LSSPs, SLPs, our speech therapists, our DIACs. Thank you for keeping everything in check, right? To make sure that our kids are being serviced the right way throughout the year. Thank you for keeping TA away from Pearsall ISD, right? And not bringing them as it used to be before where they would stay out here a week and they would audit the whole district. Okay, thank you for keeping them away. Thank you for working with the Region Center to make it better for our kids and for our staff. We appreciate you a whole lot. Mr. Freddie Esquivel. Freddie Esquivel. Also a cabinet member, administrator, now leader, because he understands people and he works with people. He's able to understand and support and help and reach out, which is what special trait you get when you are an effective leader. Freddie's been here over the many years. Freddie is the one person that when something breaks, everybody gets a hold of him, right? And so there's a lot of pressure on this young man, right? I mean, a middle-aged man, right? That things have to be running smoothly, right? Thanks to the board, like I told Freddie this last week, the board approved new control systems throughout the district. So now the control system is going to allow for other campus leads to help offset, to help control the units when an activity goes on at every campus, right? To try to keep a little pressure off your back, because it's been a heavy load for many years that you're the only one that has the means to be able to control the whole district's HVAC units, okay? So we appreciate everything you do, aside from driving a bus every day, okay?
Yes, the people from County Road 3314.
And so, seriously, he's a bus driver. Y'all see him.
Oh, yeah.
He's been doing it for 30 plus years, Freddie, okay? And he's still continuing, and whenever a driver is ill, he'll pick up that route as well. People don't know that, right? They think he does a lot. And more whenever he's asked to do stuff. He doesn't question it. Yes, sir, I'm there to help. And he's there to help. Right? And so that's a part of the cabinet leadership that he brings forward, right? It's part of this working relationship here that y'all have. We have our nurse in the back, our district nurse, right? Okay. Hardships through COVID, about the hardest you can think of. What do we do next for the safety of these kids? Do we mask or do we not mask? People say no, people say yes. We've seen a lot of kids got hurt, severely hurt over the time frame. And we've lived it when people didn't believe in having masks, but we stuck to our beliefs, better word, than allowing these kids to spread the words around, right? Right? So she still continues to head that department. Now we're facing measles. Y'all know that, right? So she continues to meet as a requirement with the Texas Department of Health Services to come up with plans on how to potentially address situations that we have an outbreak of whatever virus may come up again. Okay, so she's always there, helpful, always reaching out. And so, we appreciate everything you do, Monica. Okay, thank you for everything that you do and for showing up when we ask you to show up. Okay, as far as cabinet meetings are concerned. Okay, we have Ms. Chavera in the back, wearing green, white. Okay, Ms. Chavera, I don't know if she was born here. I know she went to school in United, a Longhorn, but Longhorn, right? Right? So almost a Maverick.
For the 34th grade that I was here. Maverick, always a Maverick.
All right, okay. Or a Longhorn or a Maverick or both, right? We thank you for everything you do. Thank you for working with the DIC committee. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for the grants that are out there that you're overseeing to help us supplement our regular programs. We thank you for all that as well. Ms. De Leon next door, next to her. Ms. Michelle De Leon. So Ms. De Leon is very young. Seems like she's very young, right? Young, okay.
Be careful with that.
Young to her position, though. Remember that. Young. She just started out a year ago or 2 years ago? Okay, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to be honest with y'all. What I've seen in this past year, how she does stuff, how she says to people, what she says, she's growing in leaps and bounds. She's growing what the regular tree would never grow. She's already, she is, and that's what you want. You want to have people that believe in treating people right, helping people, right, especially in her capacity, trying to figure out ways to help. Follow the rules, but help. Be there to guide. And she's doing that, and she's going to continue to grow in that capacity, that's what you want as well. So thank you for that. Thank you for growing. Thank you for having an open mind to do stuff, right? Anybody else that I've left out so far?
Me, I don't work for the school, but I could use one of those kids.
You know what this means? Selena inducted me into the NHS growing up. I gotta give her praise for that. Okay, she really did.
But you
Okay?
don't get a bag.
Thank y'all. We have gifts for you. Want to take a picture, a group picture? Well deserved, right? Because y'all are the ones that always give. You give. Y'all are the leaders. Leaders also deserve some credit. Okay, so we appreciate y'all a whole lot. Okay, no sir, no sir. Come on up. Thank you. Thank you, Lana. Thank you, Lana.
Celine, you can come up.
Celine.
We'll give you a community.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for everything. You know what? On my Fridays, I'll make you tacos. As long as the kids aren't late, Freddie. Did he get married?
Yes.
That's Freddie.
Yes.
Tago, ande quiere otro. Ready? And 1, 2, 3. Oh, got it.
Daniel.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
No, he wasn't.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for that. That was
Yes,
very
doctor,
nice.
that was really nice.
All right, so I'd like to say a couple of words. I'd like to thank Dr. Rodriguez for what he just did for his staff, for his cabinet, and what he's done for the district. You know, there's going to be some more recognition, but I'd like to go around the board table and have y'all got some comments. Mari?
Well, thank you, Doctor, for everything that you've done, and thank you for the recognition that these well-deserving administrators do deserve. Our district wouldn't be where it's at because of them, because of you, and thank you for all your hard work all these years. We appreciate you, we appreciate y'all, and thank y'all.
Awesome.
Just want to say thank you for everything you do. You've done a lot of projects for Pearsall and how many is it? 14, 11 or 14 years?
11.
11 years.
Who's
Um,
counting?
It's a lot of things to do in 11 years as a superintendent. You're in every single project, and what you've accomplished since the day you started till now is awesome. We got a new performing arts center, and all the other projects that you've been a part of. And we'll list all those whenever we get to that. But everything you do is just really appreciated, and all the staff appreciates you as well.
Lionel?
Yes, sir. Dr. Rodriguez, I just want to thank you for, again, I'm echoing the same sentiments as our fellow board members. I was one of the two that are remaining here on the board that actually hired Dr. Rodriguez back in 2014. And then I was, well, I took a little break from the school district, but yeah, back in 2014, he's been here 11 years, and we've done a lot of wonders, with the district. If y'all remember, back in 2014, the school district was in a dire, straits right there. So with a lot of help, guidance, and all that, we prevailed, and we moved the district forward. And we will continue moving it forward, We did have a lot of projects going on, as Mr. Aguilar is saying. The projects that we're talking about, the TFE gymnasium and the high school PAC Center, the Performing Arts Center, took about a year and a half of discussions and meetings and all that. It takes a while, and I was thankful for that opportunity as well. Rolling up our sleeves, looking to see what we could do for our community, for our district, our students, and y'all as well. And so we will continue working hard, for each and one of y'all, our community, our students, and I appreciate each one of y'all, the cabinet members, staff, and even that staff that's not here. I just want to, with gratitude to each one of them. Again, thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for everything you've done.
Well, I'm going to stand because you are deserving of a standing speech, and as well as you all. Dr. Rodriguez, I've worked under him since he was superintendent in Dilley. I've worked with him here, and lifelong. I've known him since I was little. But thank you for everything. We really appreciate everything you've done for our district. Also, I've learned, so I'm taking away from you too, so you help me grow as well in this educational field. To the principals, to the cabinet, to HR, to all of you, thank you so much. Moving forward, we really look forward to great things, and I know every single one of you bring your expertise to the table, put it all together. We believe in you, okay? Thank you again, and God bless each one of you.
Well, Doc, I've known you for a long, long time, since I was in the 7th grade. It's long time. But it's been awesome working side by side with you. We all know you are the huge reason why our district is still here. And I definitely believe that you have lined up a great team, the right people in the right positions that are going to help carry this district into bigger and better things. And hey, go Mavs. Thank you.
I'm the newbie, but it's been a pleasure, Doc. Thank you very much for everything, for selecting all of these wonderful individuals. I look forward to seeing our district move forward, and we thank you for being a big part of that.
Thank you. So we'll continue on with our meeting. Again, thank you to Dr. Rodriguez. We'll move on to item 6A, the Principal's Board Report.
A couple of highlights for on with our reading pull-out groups, and our students are still enjoying them very much. They ensure that they're getting pulled out. Are you gonna get us today? Are you gonna get us today? So they are really enjoying those, and really making some progress. This week we are reassessing them to see what progress they have made. We continue to have our regular PLCs with our teachers to discuss data and the next steps that we have to show improvement. Exciting news is our gym floor is almost complete. Yay, thank you very much. They said hopefully within the next week we should be able to
Awesome.
get back in there. So we're excited because they're excited. So we're planning on having an open house after STAR, inviting our parents to come in and just play some games and rotations and see the gym. So
Good.
that's coming up. So we also have our HEB recycling challenge going on. So kids are bringing in their recycled bags for the next week. We're gonna add the trivia that we did last year to where this time I'm gonna probably incorporate like a STAR question, and the class that can answer that question will get the bags that I'm bringing, and Dr. Parker is bringing. So we'll donate those to the class that can answer the question. So also, if you have any bags that you'd like to donate, we'll add those to trivia questions. So, all right, I think that is all that's on the list. Thank you.
Good evening, board. You have my board report, but I'd like to add and extend on some information that I have. Last month in February, all of our teachers were given a half day to have the student parent conferences that we've been having every 6 weeks, something we started this year according to benchmarks, unit assessments, attendance, any kind of issue that they may have, positive or improvement needed. We were asked to call in parents. Luckily, a lot of them did show, whether in person or on the phone, so we're going to continue those with the upcoming six weeks. We also had math night. Wasn't that big of a turnout, but we were glad to have as many as parents that could come. With AR, you noticed we had our students who are reading. We are planning an end of the year pizza party. They did bring up the TFE bikes, Mr. Reyes, so we can get bikes for junior high. That would be great. Miss, I got one at the TFE. So we're trying to figure out something for that top reader. I don't know if they want a bike, but we'll figure it out.
The electric
They
bikes.
want, yeah, or a game system, something, but we are planning something. So AR is continuing, 7th grade is leading the pack with that at the campus. Yesterday we did have PLCs with all of our teachers. We did have Region 20, Ashley Armour come in with math. She liked what she saw. She gave very positive feedback to our math teachers, so that was excellent, as most of our teachers are brand new, with the exception of 2. So we are preparing also for our STAR Blitz, because our first STAR test is April the 15th, starting with reading. So all of our teachers are in blitz mode, starting to practice those routines with students, strategies, whatever it is. Tutorial has kicked off since the first 6 weeks. We're intertwining those students. Small group instruction, we're still doing that, even though they're junior high level. Fluency and accuracy in my data, as you can see, shows a lot of them are not on grade level, so they have to come in for those small group instruction. The end of the 6 weeks is April the 17th. District track is tomorrow in Divine, pending Mother Nature. District tennis is April the 9th at Uvalde. Our PTO is gonna have a spring fling. April the 3rd, we are seeking snack donations. We have asked students if they can to bring drinks, chips, and candy for our students, our spring fling. I wish I could honor, and I probably will bring them if I'm allowed. I'll ask Michelle, but DOI is a big thing, and we know that in the district. And as much as I might feel that sometimes I'm a little too pushy on my teachers, it has paid off. I had 3 teachers within this last meeting who knew I was constantly on them get certified. We have 3 teachers. We're excited about that. We give them the opportunity to study in the library. They've asked me, Ms. Belmontes, can I take a half day? I just need to go study. One tested yesterday. I'm hoping and praying that she will pass as she's going on maternity leave. So I'm hoping that she will pass. But I'm very, very excited to praise those 3 teachers because they have been studying like crazy, and 2 of them were actually studying together. So the networking helped. So
Awesome.
I want to commend those 3 teachers.
And the support.
Yes, yes, Lord.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. Also, the last thing I want to say is we have begun the interviewing process for next year. As those positions have become available and they've notified me that they are not returning, we have, and hoping that when it's board approved in May or June, that we can bring on this person. So we're excited. We're kicking the ground running and just hoping that we can get fully staffed so we can start PD first thing in June.
How do your parents feel with the, what kind of feedback are you getting from the parents in your meetings?
As far
conferences?
So honestly, I'll be very honest, at the very beginning, they were kind of hesitant because you kind of go to parent conferences, elementary level, they're only showing up for sports, and we see that. We pack the stands for that. But we kind of networked and said, look, we can't have athletics if your kid can't pass. So once we bridge that gap and understand we're on the same team, we want to win and everything, but we have to win in the classroom. And our teachers can say, I know I have Ms. Gully here, to let you know that the percentage in attendance and parents and guardians attending has been a lot more positive, and they're
Good.
not scared to enter our office. Our doors are always open.
Good.
I'll go out to the car and take kids home if I had to, which I have. But the thing is, we were once in their shoes. I mean,
Sure.
and they need to understand that it's safe, it's okay.
Sure.
So I think the network has
Good.
closed, and I think it's gotten better, to be honest. Like
Great.
Dr. Rod said, we haven't had too big of fires to burn out, so it's good.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good job.
Thank you.
So for Pearsall High School, some updates or highlights. Our student council participated in the TASB governance camp on March 7th. They presented on their South Texas Blood Drive projects. We're very proud of them for presenting in front of an audience, and they did very well. They were very excited to come back and share all the things that they learned and the people that they met. Pearsall High School also has a new state champion in powerlifting, so that's Kingston Martinez. And so we're real proud of him. We did have, as you noticed, we didn't have student recognition today. We had conflicts with our schedule. We're hosting a track meet. They got canceled due to weather. And also our Pearsall High School One Act Play was participating in Somerset for by-district competition. I just received word we didn't make it to area. But nonetheless, we're very proud of our students for advancing past the district and participating in by-district. We're continuing to make progress with the early college high school planning. We had another planning meeting with our success coach on Tuesday. Right now, we're just finalizing our content to publish on our early college high school website coming soon. When we're looking at attendance, we've had a slight increase from where we were last year, where we ended the year last year. So right now, I say slight, it's 2 points higher than where we were last year. So we're hoping to continue that and finish strong this school year. When it comes to academic data, we continue to increase, slow and steady, content by content, point by point. Some contents right now have already finished their GAGs, so they're getting ready to start their reviews. We've allotted 10 days in our calendar to review leading up to start testing, which is April 16th. So on April 16th, we're doing something different at the high school with testing. We've always tested one content a day, and we have 5 different EOCs. So this year, we're having 3 contents test at the same time. And that's just to maximize all hands on deck. It's gonna be a closed campus, a secure campus, for that one day. So it's our freshmen, sophomores, and juniors that will all be testing at that time. If we have any retesters, then we have a window. We have a 2-week window that we can play with, and so then they'll have to do it on one of our other days. Then we have biology on April 17th, which is that Thursday. And then algebra will be on April 30th, which is Wednesday. We're continuing to work and support with our DOI teachers. I know Ms. Salamantes mentioned that she has some that have already passed their tests and are now certified. All of my teachers that have already passed their content, there are 4 of them, and they're just finishing their internship year, and so they'll be certified once they finish with those observations. And so we're very proud of them. We're already focusing on the 25-26 school year and planning. We're looking at master schedule. What does that look like? We're looking at numbers, not just with the early college high school, but also our regular dual credit, and starting to interview. So HR already has a packet, I believe it was January that it was turned in the end of January, early February. So we're eager to bring on these certified teachers.
I have one quick question. Yonder, how's the phones, how is that coming along? What kind of feedback can you give us?
We have
It's
a
a-
love-hate relationship.
Well, I totally understand that part of it, but
Yeah, no,
from an academic perspective
From
and,
an academic perspective, we're not seeing the phone use, the way it was, on campus, the way it was before yonder. What we're noticing right now is the pouches are not made for wear and tear of a high school student, so they are not lasting. So we've had several students that have had to pay for replacements. So it's the little needle piece on it, and so if they leave it open, they're keeping it in their backpack. You know, they unlock it, they take it home. They're high schoolers. They throw their backpack or they leave it, throw it in the back of the truck or whatever, and so it is messing up. But the kids have been real good. Those that aren't able to pay the money, you know, we do give them time to pay that. But as they come in, they go through our screening process already, like, here, Miss Bass, here, Miss Bass. So I have a container, and so they put them in there. They'll stay in the office throughout the day, so we are finding alternatives to that, so that they're, you know, still secure. But they are finding ways to open them. So they got, you know, on Google, and we figured out that you can use 2 pencils on each side of the pin, and you flip it, and it'll pop it open, the mechanism open. And then the other thing is, if you hit the back side of the pouch just right, on the ball, it'll release the mechanism, and it'll unlock. So we have our teachers, you know, keeping out for that. If we're in the you know, while we're doing restroom checks and everything, if we hear something bang, you know, we're going in and
Okay.
checking. So when I say love-hate relationship, that's what I'm talking about, that extra stuff. But as far as academics, our data's increasing, there is more student engagement. We talked about this at our faculty meeting on Tuesday, and you know, the teachers did voice that it is overall, it's slim to none in as far as them using it in the classes.
Good.
When we're on cameras, you know, investigating different things, we look at cameras, you know, things happening in the hallways and whatnot. We're not seeing them. We're not seeing the kids walking through the hallway with their
Good.
phones.
Good.
Because that was happening. They didn't have them in the classroom, but they'd be out in the hallway. And so we've noticed a big difference with that. The biggest thing is sticking to our cell phone policy and adhering to that, having the tracking system. I can't even feel a whole hand as far as parents that have been combative about it, maybe 2. The majority have been very receptive
Good.
to it and understanding of it.
thank you.
So I have,
Yes, ma'am.
so I know we're coming to an end for the year, but for future next year, I know Mr. Matt and I, we saw the pictures when the student council attended the conference, and we were like, man, we should have signed up, because it would have been really great to be able to support them, because they are potential future leaders. Maybe, hopefully, one day they'll be sitting in the seat just like we are. So when y'all do stuff like that, even your little safety, TFB safety leaders, invite us, let us know, so we can be able to be there to support them, you know, and mentor them, or, you know, just to be a part of it, because that was really
Yeah.
cool, and I really would have been able to want to attend that. So,
Of course.
yeah.
Sure,
Very
we'll
good.
Keep you all posted on
Thank
everything, all our happenings.
I just have a question for, I think intermediate, and you don't have to break it down right now, you can bring it in the next meeting, because it's on this skill proficiency on the growth. So I compared it to February and then, no, January, February, for the one that was presented for this meeting and the last meeting. And I did see a decrease in some areas, but I'd like, and I know data cannot be accurate because we don't have 100% attendance daily, but I do want to see like a percentage of that improvement, like even through the benchmark thing, like give me like, I predict we're gonna be this. I wanna see how close your prediction is to the STAR results,
Okay,
in other words.
okay. Yeah,
Okay,
we've
something
done,
to kind of break down, because
because I did overall, and I did spring semester, and then I did nine weeks, so like,
Okay,
do you know which?
So I look at look at fourth grade. And I just want to see if what we are doing for them, is it effective? That's all I want to see, is if the resource is good, if it's not, so we can further look down, start that way. That's all. And you can collect this later and you can present what you want next board meeting. Thank you.
Y'all.
Next, I'll move on to item B, the curriculum report.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Okay, so I would like to remind everyone that starting next month, we will have the STAR testing, followed by end-of-year assessments that we'll be having in May. Our GT Showcase Night that we do annually will be held May 21st, starting at 5:30 in the high school cafeteria. The theme for the Showcase Night is the pursuit of passion. Also, as an action item, you'll find there's a TEAC certification of instruction materials. This is an annual survey required to certify annually to the State Board of Education and the Commissioner that students have access to instruction materials covering all the TEACs for all required subjects except for physical education. Pearsall ISD also certifies that we protect against access to obscene and harmful content online. So upon this approval, I'll submit this to the state, and then when EMAC closes, they'll give us permission to open up again. So after conducting the survey, I found that all our Tier 1 instructional materials are providing consistent 100% coverage of the TEACs. And after a discussion with our technology director, we are providing adequate protection against access to obscene or harmful content online.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to item C, the food service department report. Yes.
Like that report that he read, can he submit to us so we can see beforehand? Because that was kind of,
Doctor, she has a question.
Sure, yes. I'll get with you.
okay, can we,
Yeah, so you
can
can
you
send it
sit,
to you.
yeah, so we can revisit, because that was mumbo jumbo to me right now, because I don't know what they were talking about.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Board. Tonight, Dr. Jean Sheets from Texas School Services is joining me. We're gonna go ahead and first start out. Did you all have any questions for the February 2025 monthly food service report?
No. We will be talking, and it's just, our negative shortfall, but we'll be discussing that during our budget and also our calendar and things like that have impacted that. Yes.
And I know there's been questions about us being in the red. Dr.
But-
Jean Sheets just wanted to do a quick review
Okay.
on what caused us to be in the red and what's our plan in the
Okay.
next
You want to do
few
that
months.
now, or would you rather wait till?
No, you can go ahead and talk about it.
Well, I know there's some questions about, budget's different this year than it was last year. And, we knew that the revenue was gonna be less because we're feeding 4 days a week instead of 5. So you take 1 day a week out of 5, then that's a 20% drop in revenue to start out with. And the school wanted to keep the hours the same for employees, so we have 20% drop in revenue, but at the same expenses. At less food costs, but the same labor. And so we thought we were going to offset that. The plan was to offset that with increasing the supper meals after school. We've not had the participation after school at the supper meals. It hasn't really, it really hadn't happened. And so that has been one of the issues. We've had some attendance issues there's some reasons for that. One of the big reasons is our commodities are coming in, weird's not the right word, different this year. They used to come in kind of all throughout the year. They're coming in right now. And so the commodities are cheap or free food, and so our food costs are way down now than they were in the fall. So that's helped us on the net, on the bottom line. And the attendance is a little better in February than it was in January, or the participation. So attendance is up substantially. So we think if we can continue where we are now, operation-wise at least, we think we're going to be in good shape. I mean, the monthly operations budget. We are in a negative right now for another reason. The second reason I want to talk to you about. The other reason, there's only two. The other reason I want to talk to you about is equipment purchases. And some of you remember we had a hefty fund balance. Hefty. Every year we were adding money to the fund balance. We had a profit every year, and so the fund balance and Texas Department of Agriculture TDA won't allow us to do that. And so we talked about we've got to do something to reduce that fund balance, and so we needed some equipment really badly. And so we said, okay, well, let's buy some equipment with that money, and that'll reduce that for Texas Department of Agriculture and give us some good equipment. And so that's what we did. We got some bids last year, and you all approved us buying a lot of equipment. That didn't get finished until the first of this school year. So the expense comes in this school year. $250,000 comes in this school year. About that much. And so we planned on that. We knew that was going to hit at some point, and when that happens, we'll move the money from the fund balance, just like we reduced the fund balance, move that money, cover that. And so it's next month or two or three, sometime before the end of the year. Y'all will do a budget amendment, move that over. That will cover that $250,000 loss.
So that's what we're seeing the most of, is
Yes.
is the equipment? Am I correct?
I met with Miss Lisa as well, and I know Dr. Jean Sheets also spoke with Lisa. So I didn't want to inform you about it last month, but we just want to get everything on the same page to let you know this month. That's the plan. I know Dr. Rodriguez also shared with Miss Lisa that we should just wait for the school year to end, just to see how much more red we're going to carry over, and then do that budget amendment to cover
Yeah,
that in the red.
and that's totally understandable, but if the main cause was because of the equipment, then that really answers a big question as to the why, right? Because I was under the impression that it was because of our lack of students, right, and not providing that many lunches and breakfasts, right? So, but when you put the equipment into here and you put that as that big of a cost, I mean, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
You can have a negative.
And
Now-
that tells me, now I have a much better understanding.
We could have if it continues like we did in November, December, and January, we have some, we don't have good participants, we might have a loss. And that's why we may want to wait till the end of the year to see if we're going to continue with like it was February, where we're in good shape, and if we don't have, or maybe it drops back to where it was.
Even if we are in the negative, we still have enough to cover it.
Oh, yeah.
The deal is where we're gonna end at, and what are we planning to do next year?
Right.
That's the biggest question for us as a board. But
The Friday, 20%?
20% less
Friday,
revenue.
yeah, less
Yeah.
revenue on that.
So that makes it harder to make that balance. Just without the 250,000, it's close, because the commodities really kind of make this February look pretty good. But it'll be close. I think we'll have a positive, but it's gonna be real close. So it's difficult to make it like it used to be
oh yeah, no.
with that much less revenue. But we'll make it work as best we can. And
So if something were to break, say like a pretty big appliance, then now we're really in the red because there's not excessive,
equipment
yeah,
kind of stuff,
there's not excessive funds
we
to.
still have pretty good fund balance.
We
But-
have a great fund balance
We
to
do,
take
but
care of things
it will
like that.
eventually end, but yeah, no, we can cover that for.
Yeah, and that would be covered.
Is that a food service fund balance or like the school district?
What's-
No.
Schools, food service.
That's
First,
food
though.
service.
I mean, and it's not endless, but we
Yeah.
still, you
We're at 867 right now, so.
Yeah, so that, and TDA is not gonna let us do that anymore, I mean, and so it might be, now I know we don't wanna hear about negative, it might be good to use a little bit of it, so that we don't get in trouble with TDA.
Sure.
And have some in case we have some equipment.
Yeah.
But the general operating budget is gonna be pretty close, to little positive, little negative from here on. It's gonna be very difficult to make it look good financially.
Totally understood. Anybody have any questions?
And that was 20% because of the Fridays, right? Cause
Yes.
just because of the 4-day weeks.
And somehow on Thursdays, they don't eat quite as much. As they do.
I don't know if they come to school.
I don't know.
Or they want to take
they're
Thursday
gone.
off.
Thursdays is down.
Well,
Yeah.
well, they use Thursdays as their Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Mom, we gotta go to McDonald's. Yeah, totally understand. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank y'all. Really makes sense. Next, I'll move on to item D, the police department report.
Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. Rudd.
Hello. Good evening.
So for this report, I'd like to start off that myself and Mr. Jackson hosted a safety meeting with the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, DPS Highway Patrol, Brevard County Emergency Management, and some school board members. So in the meeting, we just discussed all the safety projects we have going on, metal detectors, maps, and everything. We got with all the law enforcement, and they're really impressed of the proactive measures that First ISD is taking for the students. We shared our policy, told them our plans in case we ever need assistance during an incident. They know where everything's gonna be at, they know what our plan is, and we know what their plan is. So we exchanged ideas and talked about certain stuff, and we're gonna start having more meetings and really work on things and get everything sharpened out. So it's a good step forward for this community that I think we're gonna excel in. The campus maps, myself and Mr. Garza, we walked around with the vendor and went to every single room in every campus, and they measured each room and got the measurements to make the maps very accurate. This last round, we started putting where the where the gas shut-off is, the water shut-off, the electrical powers, the HVAC system, so that way, Mr. Freddie isn't here, we could just simply look at a map and figure it out for ourselves and not have to wait on Freddie to go tell us where it's at, or a maintenance person to go tell us where it's at. So, those are also gonna be sent out to DPS and state officials and, law enforcement agencies, so they know where everything else is at in case we need their assistance. So then, also working on another project for the school district is the auction. So everything that we have that's kind of an eyesore, something that's not being used, like the buses, vehicles, everything that's decommissioned, I'm looking at an online auction to get those out of here and clean up the yards around the school districts. As of now, I have a total of 15 items, vehicles, or lawnmowers and such.
We putting the semi on there and the trailer and all that too, or not?
Not yet, no. Right now, it's mostly buses, the vehicles that are little police department and lawnmowers. And
Okay.
and tractors.
Start, good, good. Thank you.
What are we gonna do with the excess, fencing we just tore down?
I'm not sure what we
Ahorita
have.
we'll talk to Freddie.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just saying because he's referring to the auction, so, yeah.
But no, as of now, that the fencing
Okay.
is on the auction. So on the police department side, for last month, we've had a total of 21 reports, and we started doing some traffic stops. We've had some concerns from the citizens about student drivers that are speeding down Margot, running the stop signs by Margot. So the officers have been real proactive about making contact with students, drivers who are either speeding or running those stop signs. And also by TFE, we've also had concerns of wrong-way drivers during school zone hours. So the officers have been also proactive doing traffic
Good.
stops in that area.
Good.
And we recently learned the speeding coming out of the front of the high school.
Right.
That text out meeting.
Yeah,
that
so
we had.
the study that TxDOT did, I think it was 9 out of 10 cars or 8 out of 10 cars.
9 out of
were
10.
actually speeding through
During peak
the school
hours.
zone, during the school zone hours.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's every day. Every day that I'm going home, man, they're passing me doing like 40 on
But-
that 25.
But 9 out of 10.
Yeah, Marco's the 10th car.
Hey, I got flashed the other day.
I really like I mean, it was needed, you know, the signage, you know, your lettering, you know, for the buildings. I mean, it's very visual, so.
Oh, yeah.
That's really good.
Good job.
So I had a parent concern about, are we checking driver's licenses? Are these students licensed to be driving into our high school and parking vehicles?
So,
Or are
I
they?
talked about that with the administration, and we do try to be proactive on it. I mean, there's some kids that just kind of come and park, and we're not able to check lawfully because they don't, you know, it's a private parking lot, so we're not able to check lawfully to see if they have a driver's license. But a student doesn't have to have a driver's license and insurance to purchase a parking permit for the high school.
Do you have that process?
Yes, we do have that process. They are required to purchase a permit and provide the driver's license and proof of insurance.
Okay, so, and you do have like the running law with all that information? I'm just saying because this parent concern was that there was speeding, you know, fast driving within the parking lot, and if something were to happen and that individual is not licensed, then, you know, so I just want to make sure we're good on our side. Good.
Yeah, we do, so if that does come up, I do get with Ms. Bass, we talk about it, if we know who the student is, we bring them in and I teach them about the laws, talk to them, give them a counseling.
Good.
And if we don't, then we do, I have made an all-call announcement, to warn them of what's going on and what my concern is, and she says, per chief, and this and that. And
Okay.
of course, if the students have any questions or concerns, they're always welcome to talk to me, so
Good.
it does get addressed with the students. And then whenever I do the counseling, I do ask if they have a driver's license, just to double check for safety reasons.
And I know that they're reaching out to you, but I would appreciate them reaching out to us so we can address those students.
Yes,
If we ever find out who they are, so that they get addressed, because we've had maybe, three different where we call the
Especially-
student in.
Yes.
And has been reported, and, you will lose that, the privilege. Parking in our parking lot is a privilege.
I do. I send them protocol. I send them, go straight to your principal. I do.
Good
Thank
deal.
you for that.
Thank you.
Real quick, I don't know if it's a question for you or maybe for Daniel, but a couple of weeks ago, there was a situation with one of the vehicles, a student driver's vehicle. They believe their tires got slashed. They parked in front of the one camera where I guess the roofers took it out by accident. Has that been fixed? That camera's been fixed?
Yes, it has, and I'm sorry, because this is technology, but it is, and upon investigation, they were old tires, and, the crack, they had cracks in them, and they ended up deflating.
Okay, and then I guess some of the equipment the contractor is working over at TFE, some of their stuff got vandalized. Is there cameras out there or anything?
Yeah, there's cameras, but you can see a couple people go up to it, but we weren't able to.
Oh, okay. All right.
But I already spoke to the gentleman.
Okay.
He has the report number.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Next, we'll move on to the Technology Department report.
And metal. Yeah.
Good evening, board. We're still in discussion. Wherever we got scolded, she's like, talk to the microphone. They don't got some of the technology department, just a quick report. Been still assisting the HVAC control gentleman with the thermostat, putting the controls, getting that networked up, so that way everybody can have their remote access. Campus can control their HVAC system. Also, we switched over to a new public IP address on the outside. That's a techie term, which changed like a phone number. That's what you can relate it to on what we look like on the outside. So we did that over the spring break, that way it wouldn't interrupt any services, and if something did get interrupted, we had time to fix anything that would come up. Installed some updates on our servers, also we, for cybersecurity, we sent out an email for the Medusa ransom software. That's some little information out there about the Outlook, Gmail, and those other popular mail servers. It's an older ransomware, but it's been around, but it's being reintroduced, I guess. They changed it up, so I kind of sent just a little bulletin to the staff and through an email, let them know, hey, make sure you're updating your passwords, your apps, and anything on your phone. Just some FYI for them. Also because they access their email through our email through their personal devices. Also, we are looking at, I enabled the DMARC
been getting alerts and we're learning, as we go, right, the aggression, like if somebody else in the restroom, like, help, right? Well, we've learned that the intercom kind of sets that off, so we're working with the intercom company to maybe lower the volumes inside the restrooms, that way that aggression, red level, I guess the level is within reason, yeah, so. And also the welders, of course, the welding shop, when they weld, they set off the vape sensors, so the PD, I think Ms. Bass, and they go running out there like ninjas, catching, it's really just, the welding kids, and so I told Mr. Akala, just keep the door shut, see if that helps it, if it doesn't, that way we can start, adjusting those thresholds, and that just might be one of those areas that, hey, it's not gonna work inside the ag building, maybe relocate it, or something like that, but we're working on trying to get that refined. Also, replaced the broken camera in the high school, parking lot, one of the roofers was moving some material, and they broke a camera, so Freddie had let me know when we went out there, so that's been, worked on and replaced. The DMAC, we're looking at changing over to the student data management tool. We currently use Euphoria, so we're looking at evaluating DMAC. A lot of the administrators are all familiar with it, and they've seen it, they've worked with it before at their district, and they saw it at one of their, winter, something like that. So it's kind of just a tool to help us segregate the data, kind of look at what the students saw, the progress, and it's just a lot more user-friendly, more upscale, more updated compared to Euphoria. So we're looking at that. I think the 31st is our evaluation, and we'll proceed forward with that. That's something that Dr. Rodriguez had asked me to look at, and I dropped the ball on that project. So sorry about that, Doc. But we are getting it going forward now. Also, been working with the tech department. We met last week, Lucero, I think, to work on looking at trying to do a long-range plan. I can't believe I've been here 3 years. It went by fast, the 3-year plan. I was looking, I was like, man, we did quite a bit. There's some things that we missed the mark, but let's plan for the next 3 years. And now we have something, a goalpost, right, somewhere to aim at, and this is where we need to get to. So, been working on that. Of course, our end-of-year device collections and things like that. We're tentatively looking at May 27th for picking up Chromebooks at the high school and start preparing for all that good stuff. Of course, we're still completing technical support requests, and then on to other projects not related to technology. Fencing, the gate hardware and all that's still being installed. The fencing crew has been installing the remaining 600 feet that are left at TFE, so that's gonna kind of come to Willow Street, around the portable, and then kind of end there at the old West Side Elementary where that ramp is, where the old cafeteria is at. And from there, I was looking to maybe come before the board again, and maybe we finish out that commercial wire from the TFE. The DFTR don't want to approve that. Or my recommendation is just to keep it the same uniform, and some of that older field pipe that they put before is already rusting out, so it'd be good to go with something a little bit more presentable, and I guess improve the security of that. So I'll be coming before, I'm waiting for Delegato to send me an updated pricing, and of course I'm gonna work with Lisa to make sure we are still within the means of the SAFE grant, look at all our projects that we've had and see where we're at as far as the balance. They have been running into issues, there's been delays because their workers don't want to come work. They're afraid they might get pulled over or detained. So there's just 2 gentlemen that are U.S. citizens that are working, and so the progress has been a lot slower for gates and other things like that. So that's why there's been a little bit, I've talked about gates last month, I thought it would have been done, so there's been some issues going on with them, so that's kind of, but they are working on that. Also, I think Chief alluded to the emergency maps. The Shelton Architecture came out, like I said, we did walk through every door, every room, had principals, the APs, they looked at it, marked it up. We're working on the second draft, that way it can be our final draft, so we found some things and identified, I asked principals, hey, look at the maps, make sure it's good to go, make sure the information on it is correct. And of course, Freddie helped us in his department, like where the water cut off, gas, all that good stuff with that. So that way we can send that to the architect, so it's been very helpful. So I'm hoping to have that, sent them the final, or our second draft back. I already kind of been sending them the plans, I'm just waiting on one more. Once I get those, I'll send those over and get that final map. Also, for the football field retaining wall, Moitrain Ramirez has already finalized the design, and they've already sent it. They've been waiting for the city to, hey, what is y'all's requirement? What is your ordinance ask for this drainage ditch, right? What is it that you need? The city doesn't have anything in writing or what they're requiring, so the guidance from the city to them was like, well, just draw something up, design it, and then send it to us, and we'll look at it and approve it or not. So that's kind of where they're at right now. Me and Dr. Wright had talked to Mr. Ron Ramirez last week about what we
but he already sent me the design, so it's kind of, everything's gonna look like it's on our side of the property, there's no improvement gonna be made to the city, and from what he said is, we can't use district funds to improve the city's property,
No.
right? That's something that, so he goes, that's something that needs to be worked out, the legality or something that we do need but from the design they sent, we don't have to, so, like I say, he's just still waiting for the city to, I guess, give it the approval. And I did talk to Hector Candela yesterday, with the city yard, and he was kind of, hey, what's going on with this, you know, so he hadn't heard anything yet, so he was talking with the city manager and the other lady, I forget her name. Any questions for technology or any of these other projects?
I'd just like to say good job on these big projects, but I do have a question. How often do you update the website?
I don't know.
Or who updates that?
So each campus is responsible for their updating their website and their social media page.
Okay, and then the general one?
The general one is usually myself and Lucero, just as once a month, as like, you know, the awards and things like that.
So you only do it once a month and,
Yeah, once, whatever, like if somebody, hey, can you post something, for the most part, like if it's something from the nurses department, whatever, they should post that. If it's something from federal programs, they post that. If it's something from curriculum instruction, they post those updates. But if it's like pictures and things like that, if we have special events, then we do that part.
okay,
Or
okay,
like, you know, the superintendent search, you know, something like that, Ms. Baker, Ms. Audrey, they sent that over and they put that.
okay, thank you.
That's it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can we give one last update for high school? I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, ma'am, absolutely not.
I forgot, but it looks like they've already wrapped up the roof, the new roof for the gym. So they did fix the practice gym in the back, so that wood floor is good. And before I came over here, I went and I did a walkthrough just to make sure no leaks, and no leaks. So it looks good.
Good.
Good deal.
Thank you. Next, I'll move to item F, Maintenance and Transportation Department report.
Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez, board, members, consultants. Like Diane was mentioning, we started working back on the fence, helping them, do away with the old poles and the chain fence, so, I just wanna say thank you for the efforts of both, because I know, we've been so busy, workforce, you know, day and, to keep up with the workforce, but as soon as we finish with the fence, we'll be up there taking care of all the workforce that needs to be, okay. Just a quick update, I know Ms. Bass mentioned about.
I didn't mean to steal your thunder, Freddie.
Thank you, thank you. So, I spoke with Brandon, they did finish Tuesday, and we were gonna do a walkthrough, a final walkthrough today, but since it's rain, it got pretty bad. We're gonna do a walkthrough tomorrow at, probably 12:30.
Okay.
12:30. We'll get up there and we'll do a final walkthrough with the piece, so hope, you know, I know they did a good job. It looks real nice out there. So,
Good.
At the intermediate, I know they finished with the floor. Ms. Baker also mentioned the floor. They did the last wax Monday. It should be good Monday next week. So that's the same company is working with the gutters, and I know during the bus route, the water came real hard, and I took pictures and video, and water was coming real hard. I know I got a call from high school saying the sewer lines are coming up, but it was water coming in from the east.
Mhm.
The building, and I called Hamdi and told him, hey, head over to the new gym, because I'm afraid the water's gonna come in, but the thing got nothing came.
The drainage was properly designed.
Yes.
Good deal.
And on the bus, we should receive a new bus April the 16th.
Awesome. Great.
So,
That's our next board meeting.
I mentioned it before
You're good.
and before I leave, I just want to thank Dr. Rodriguez for
Mr. Esquivel, I got, go ahead, ma'am.
Freddie, I have a question. The last walkthrough that I went and you attended, I know that, Doctor, they mentioned, the requested restrooms by the tennis courts, and you mentioned you had a portable building. Any update on that?
I've been sending a maintenance on and off, try to, we clean the inside. Now, we just gotta have the time and probably to do it, but that is our plan to continue this work.
That was one of our projects
Okay.
on our list to do.
Okay.
Good work.
I'm just wondering if it was,
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, we try to.
okay, well, good. Thank you.
I have a couple of things that, for the maintenance side of it. Just a concern on the high school. It says working on gas leak in cafeteria. Has that been properly addressed, or is it still work in progress? That's the gas leak we're talking about.
Today, I got a call from Brand, they were gonna come today and replace the whole exhaust, fixture, I mean, calling it very brand new. But, they didn't wanna send a crane, because of the weather. And
But it is something that we shut off and, you know.
no, it was, the exhaust wasn't taking out the,
So it's not a gas leak, you just have to have an exhaust issue with your fumes
yes,
within the,
with the steamers and all that, that use gas, I mean, it's not, it wasn't gas, it just. Yeah.
Okay, anyway, that's what it says, gas leak, so I just wanna make sure.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
Today, so, he told me that they'll be here tomorrow with a crane to pick up that exhaust and they're way on top of the cafeteria. So,
Okay, and then also, I know, I believe, you're overseeing the parking lot project at the TFE. Was this rain and all that, did you get any kind of feedback from, Reyes Construction on it?
I sent him, it was approved for him to start his part.
Right, but with the weather and all that, he didn't see it? Okay, okay. And then the last item I got, I guess it's for Miss Lisa as well. It's in the, on the bills. It's under, the Leslie's Pool Mart for,
we'll go to that.
well, yeah, but I just wanna ask him, Mr. Freddie, if that's, that lift chair that was ordered last year? Is that it? Okay, so that's the purchase then.
Probably like 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay. Okay, I just wanna make sure that we have it handy to, have it prepared before the summer starts, yeah, for the special needs. Yeah, okay, I just wanna make sure that's what it was.
And I asked him, hey, what's that? Was here, been here like 2-3 weeks. I didn't even know, and so I went to the back and saw it myself.
Okay,
So we had it.
all right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have one question. On the contracted services, it says like, Pearsall Towing moved the scissor lift from the baseball field to the softball field. Was that just like a special instance, or we don't have like a trailer for the lift?
At the time, our trailer's not, we need tires
Mhm.
and wood, for the floor. And the place where we're gonna take it from the softball to the to the gym, it's too heavy.
Mhm.
It would be too heavy, we would have gotten stuck.
Okay, so it's like, that doesn't happen often, it's like kinda like a one-time thing, or?
It just, in my years, I.
Okay. I was just trying to make sure that if we needed something, that we kinda think of those things whenever we're doing budgeting season, like a lift or a trailer for the lift, if those types.
Probably a couple more trailers, will be needed.
Mhm. A couple?
You're good. Put them in the budget, buddy.
Maybe a backhoe.
Back?
We can work it out.
That's good.
Now you're out of bounds.
Well, I gotta do it.
Okay, no, we're good.
Appreciate it.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Freddie.
Thank you.
Next, I'll move to the approve and correct the minutes of the previous board meeting of February 19, 2025. Do you have any additions or changes?
The only correction I saw that needed was, it was the time that we hired the TFE, and it said paraprofessional, but I can't find that, so because she is certified, right? And I think it needs to be corrected to the certified teacher.
Do you find that, Audrey?
I saw, and I can't find it for the next closed session.
It was an item, should have been item, you know,
14A? Okay,
yes, it was in 14A.
okay.
Yeah, just to correct the profession. To the right.
And then there was a correction for, whenever we voted for that actual particular item, it has four yeas and three nays. I just let, Audrey know that it should have to include the names of who voted yes and
Oh,
who voted
yeah.
no. So that's just one.
Yes.
Anything else? Notes made? All right. Do I have a motion to approve, the changes to the February 19, 2025, minutes as discussed?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Ms. Mari Benavides, seconded by Mr. Matthew Aguilar to approve the February 19th, meeting minutes as discussed and with the changes as made. All in favor? Unanimous, motion carries. Next, I'll move on to item 8, consent agenda. Ms. Lisa, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
No.
Mr.
Good evening.
Gondeta,
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to reply or add a comment
Yes, ma'am.
to the issue with the purchase from Leslie's School. That purchase was actually made this year. What happened last year, we purchased from a different vendor out of San Antonio, and when it was received, it was
Damaged.
damaged.
Right.
And so they didn't want to replace it, we got a refund, and this year ordered this one for, through Leslie's.
Yes, ma'am. I wasn't questioning the purchase. I was just wondering if that's what it was, so, you know, we could have it available for them to use. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Our first financial report can be found on page 31. It's the C3 for the month ended February 28th, 2025. For the general fund, the total revenues were $21,518,269. The total expenditures were $14,854,090, with the excess of revenue of $6,664,179, and a year-to-date fund balance of $39,452,680. For our food service fund, the total revenues were $877,337. Our total expenditures were $1,181,146. With a deficiency of revenues of $303,809. Brings the year-to-date fund balance to $867,451. For our debt service fund, total revenues were $2,720,977. Our total expenditures were $200,200, with the excess of revenues of $2,520,777. And a year-to-date fund balance of $3,799,483. On page 63 is a schedule of general fund certificates of deposit. The amounts invested this month were $37,500,000. Interest accrued at the end of this month was $131,285.48. The total value at the end of the month of $37,631,285.48. On page 65 is a schedule of interest and sinking fund certificates of deposit. Amounts invested this month were $2,888,117.54. The interest accrued at the end of the month was $9,392.28. Total value at the end of the month was $2,897,509.82. On page 67 is the general fund total investment plus year-to-date interest earned of $1,118,288.80. Anybody have any questions?
Any questions? If not, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So I have a motion by Mr. Lionel Gondar, seconded by Ms. Adrian Ramirez to approve the consent agenda as presented. All in favor? Unanimous. Motion carries. Next, we'll move on to the financial information, which is item number 1, the budget amendment.
That pertains to action item E, so do you want me to present it now, sir, or do you want HR to give their little presentation?
That would be a good idea.
And then do
Yeah,
the
we can do that.
Do you want me to go on to action item A then for the donation, and then get to the budget amendment when we get to?
We could actually, let's do 9A, and then we'll go ahead and do E, if she's ready. Will she be ready for E?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and do 9A.
As you all know, donations made to the district are approved by the board, so at this time, I'd like to request your acceptance and approval of the following donation, $500 from Ms. Evelyn Dean to the Pearsall Intermediate.
It's just a general gift.
Yes,
Okay.
she, I guess, won a $500 from the Virginia Thompson
Okay.
Foundation, and then she turned around and donated it to the intermediate to help them, they're having, Magic Theater come do presentations or come
Okay.
out and play.
Good.
And she donated it so they could use that for their.
Good.
That's awesome. Thank you, Ms. Holguin.
Yes, thank you. Thank
So
you.
do I have a motion to approve the donation made to the district?
I make a motion to approve the donations made to the district.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Ms. Adrian Ramirez, seconded by Mr. Lionel Gondara to approve the $500 gift to the district as presented. All in favor? Unanimous. Motion carries. So next, we'll go ahead and move on to item E, which is discuss, consider, and possible action on the 24-25 incentive pay.
Okay, good evening, board.
Hello.
So, over the past several years, Pearsall ISD has offered its employees an incentive pay program based on varying factors such as retention, attendance, and/or state accountability. Pearsall ISD is proposing to continue offering the incentive pay program based solely on retention. The goal of the incentive pay plan is to continue improving staff retention rates. The incentive plan will be a monetary incentive to be paid out in May. The incentive amount will be $500 for full-time employees and $250 for part-time employees.
Awesome.
Any questions?
Is this for the staff who started this school year and then ended this school year? That's why we're like, hey, this was a thank you for staying the whole year? Or is it for next year?
It's for this year.
Okay.
current school year.
Perfect.
Any questions? If not, we don't have an action item on that one. We do? Yeah, so let's go ahead and approve the incentive pay on item 9E. So do I have a motion to approve the 24-25 incentive pay as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve the 24-25 incentive pay as presented.
Second.
So I have a motion by Ms. Mari Benavides, seconded by Mr. Logie Rodriguez to approve 24-25 incentive pay as presented. All in favor? Unanimous. Motion carries. Now I can go back and do the budget amendment.
Yes, sir.
All righty, ma'am. Now,
As stated, it's on page 68, and this is basically a mirror of what I brought to you in the fall, for the fall incentive. You'll see 180, because that's for the 2 employees from athletics, 182 for their band directors, and then 199 for the remainder of our staff.
okay.
Some
Good.
grants do pick up the incentive, though, so this is just what we have.
Okay, Does anybody have any questions on the, amendment? If not, do I have a motion to approve the item 8A budget amendment as presented?
Make a motion to approve the budget amendment as presented.
I'll second it.
So I have a motion by Mr. Lionel Gondara, seconded by Mr. Matthew Aguilar to approve the budget amendment as presented. All in favor? Unanimous. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next, we'll go on to item 9B, discuss, consider, and possible action regarding the 2025-26 certification provision of instructional materials.
This was in regards to the curriculum report, and so again, this is an annual certification that we do as a district. The Board of Trustees will certify that the State Board of Education Commission, the students have access to instructional materials covering all of the teaching or required subjects. That it also protects against obscene harmful content online. Conducted a survey and found that we do have in our tier 1 instructional materials consistent 100% coverage of the text. And after talking to our technology director, we will provide adequate protection against obscene harmful content.
Anybody have any questions regarding any of this? This is basically what we do every year, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm good with that. So if I don't have any questions or comments, do I have a motion to approve the certification and provision of instructional materials for the 25-26 school year?
Make a motion to approve this certification of provision of instructional materials for the 25-26 school year.
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Matthew Aguilar, seconded by Ms. Mari Benavides, to approve the 2025-26 certification provision of instructional materials as presented. All in favor? Unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Next, we'll go on to discuss and consider and possible action on the 2025-2026 school year calendar. Interesting conversation.
Yes, very interesting. Good evening, Board.
Hello.
So tonight I am presenting the 25-26 school year calendar for you. So I have a little presentation. And I do want to apologize because I know we had hit a pause on this for a little bit. And so we're bringing it back for this board meeting. So what I wanted to go over with you all is the process that we got, or that we went through to get to this point. So this started back in February, in our February DEIC meeting, where we discussed calendar options.
You mentioned a 4.5 day calendar, so is that going to be an option tonight? Or
I
is
was
that
asked to
doc-
create one, so.
Yeah. So I asked to have that one made, or not, if that was an option. I think maybe it was maybe a possibility, but then we moved to a 4-day and 5-day as the two options. So if it's not, it wasn't reviewed by anyone, so it's kind of,
It wasn't,
Yeah.
yeah, like I said, I just created it.
So Dr. Rodriguez, the thing that I ran into this first year is the dual credit students and the dual credit students and the college, the school district and the college are not at the same time, during spring break. And it was, I think, because we have a lot of students who had to report, who had to log in. We also have instructors who didn't even get to get their spring break because they're a part of the district and then they're a part of the dual credit as well. Is there any way that, is it too late now? Or is there any way that you can revisit this and be able to collaborate with them up there and see if we can make these spring breaks at the same time?
So you can always adopt the calendar and amend that week. Because I know that most schools had it the same week as Pearsall ISD. I can tell you that.
Yes.
And so it just so happened that the junior college chose a different route.
Yeah.
And it kind of, put them in a situation where, I mean, most schools had the same spring break, and I know that.
Well, I was just emphasizing the
Yeah.
stress on the students.
Of course.
Like they didn't get a break.
And I know that, normally when we look at spring break, we do look at the, the calendars from San Antonio, since a lot of our staff does commute, and if their
Mhm.
kids are off, that week, or if they're not, then, there's an issue
Yeah.
with care that
Yeah.
way as well, so that's one of the things that we consider when doing spring break.
Just something to look at.
Point. Anybody have any comments or
In reading some of the
concerns or-
results, reading some of the results, I did read from staff. A lot of the complaints were time management, not enough time. But yet, it's the same staff that voted for the 4-day calendar that they were for. So I'm a little confused on that, and I do want to remind the board the question that was asked recently to us. What keeps us up at night as a board member? And we all unanimously said academics was our number one answer. So I want to remind y'all, when making this decision tonight.
Just from earlier in the year when we first started this 4-day calendar, our principals were saying we didn't have enough time with 4 days, right? And being that education is first and will always be first, lack of time has been huge with the 4-day calendar. Basically, that's where we're at with that, right? We don't have enough time. So, just something to think about.
I will say that, in our conversation, in our earlier conversations, with the DEIC, well, at our first one, because we didn't get to meet for the survey, but that was, a topic of conversation. I know one administrator said that for their campus, it was really difficult with the 4-day calendar. Of course, varying opinions, right, with, community staff and administrators, ultimately, that was a conversation that was had.
Right.
That was a discussion.
Yeah, I don't want to shorthand anybody, especially, the students, right? And then if time is what we need, well, then we need to give them more time. That's just the way I see it.
We also didn't get to, again, I know, like I said, the survey was sent out, it was a very quick turnaround. I was anticipating to wait at least another month, but, one of the things that I talked with Ms. Veronica about was also the food service, right, with the less days, and so looking at that. And so I had asked if she had a projected, and this was something that I wasn't able to speak with the EIC about, 'cause I didn't have this information, but, I was able to, she was able to share with me that, they had done an analysis of
All I have to share is that, whatever the outcome is, if it does go back to traditional or not, just know that we have the best interest of the students. And right now, moving forward as an early college high school, and the standards are rising, I think we need to get our academics there to go with it, so that way we have more productivity at the end. We're not seeing much right now, but we're taking students' education at hand, and then we're taking our staff, our teachers. But yet, I can't speak fast forward because new things are coming, so give us a chance. That's all I'm asking. But trust the process.
Absolutely.
It works for that school district for sure. It's kind of a mixture of both. You have the staff and the community is wanting 4-day here, but then also there's a lot of students that are struggling. I don't know if y'all got a lot of parents reaching out to you, a lot of them are saying, if your student's a good learner already, they're gonna probably be good for 4 days. But a majority of the students, they need a little bit more help. They need, specifically also the SPED population as well. They need more intervention and more assistance, and all those resources are only provided during school days, to be honest. So.
And so I did request that information. Were y'all able to get that information? I requested.
Yes, I read it.
I don't have special ed information.
I know I requested number of students and tutorials and tutoring.
That I have from September, which is when some of the campuses started, or when tutoring started, basically till January, roughly 226 of our student population was tutorials. And those are individual students, not multiple times. So they come multiple times, but 226 students.
That's a lot.
Yeah, so those are some of the concerns that echo from the community to out here, is that those students that need those additional support, and just we're struggling honestly with the 5-day, then they're struggling even more with the 4-day, maybe trying to learn vocabulary words, and honestly 3 days, because sometimes on the 4th day they treat it as a Friday. Not saying it's all the time, but it's inevitable. I know they do a good job, but that's just some of the concerns that the community has said as well.
I do have, my conversation is going to be just a little long-winded, I guess. Because I mean, we all had the surveys, and, the Spanish one, we only had 28 responses, but then that's a bigger part of our community that don't get to respond, and those are the ones that need cafeteria, food and all that. And out of those 28, 16 preferred the 4-day, and then we go to the community. There was 913 response, 623 wanted the 4-day. I mean, that's 69% basically. So, and then of course the staff was 175 responses, 154 of those were for the 4-day. But I agree with that's our purpose here, academics, as we said up here, that's our purpose, to make sure that we maintain a high standard all the way through. What I wanted to know was, from the principals, what advantages have we gotten this year doing the 4-day? Because I wasn't on the board last year, but that's not the point. But last year we had a unanimous decision to go to the 4-day, and I hate doing things that's one and done, and not work on it, not work on it. Of course, we're going to go into a new leadership, and I know she's top heavy, that individual's top heavy on the curriculum. I'm not saying that we couldn't, do it with the leadership of Dr. Rodriguez or anything like that, but, so I say that because, I mean, if you get the current article, after that meeting last year, I mean, it was positive. We sent our principals to do their research on the 4-day. We actually had them do the work for us was Dr. Rodriguez, you know, to go see the school districts that are doing it, you know, and you see some of those school districts continue to do it. You see the neighboring school district doing 4.5. You know, I'm a traditionalist, really. You know, I mean, you know, so I'm not trying to flip flop. I'm playing defense. I'm looking at the options, but I'm looking at, you know, one of the things that we've heard was to listen, you know, and trust the system, you know. But, you know, when this article came out, it was being, you know, it was pretty proactive, you know, that with the approved shift, the 4-day week, that, you know, that it would make Pearsall more attractive to prospective applicants and provide some relief. You know, and then of course it was fostering academic growth, achieve and retaining and attracting certified educators, you know, dedicated to delivering top tier instruction. You know, there was a lot of positives that were discussed then and on the onset, you know, but we really didn't get nothing between, you know, to see where we're at. And I know special ed and you know, the special programs is a big deal in our district, in every district, you know, throughout the state, throughout the nation. So, I mean, we can't leave those kids behind either. As they alluded to, you know, that we're not going to be able to provide services on that 5th day if they're not here. And another thing that I see is that where, you know, on the full day, you know, I mean, correct me, I mean, if I'm not really seeing it, you know, on the full day, I mean, I'm sorry, the 5-day, you know, we start on August the 12th, graduation's May 22nd, you know, the staff comes in, you know, on August the 4th, but then on the, you know, and then on the 4th day, you know, first day is August the 5th, which is a whole week prior to that, on the 5th day, and then graduation is not until June the 4th, which is 2 weeks after. So it makes it into a longer school year, you know, for the staff, and I know on some of the staff as well, you know, they get to work longer days. You know, I mean, I guess in a sense they're being punished on the 4-day schedule because they do the Fridays and the Saturdays, and then you lose the luster of the Friday as well. You know, especially during the fall. You know, I see a lot of it. You know, but I see the community. I see the campus personnel, that what they're wanting, and why we're not really looking at trying to see and fix it. You know, or you know, where are we at? I mean, the campus administrators. I mean, I would like to hear from them to see, you know, what has improved. You know, discipline, attendance. You know, but again, you know, I'm a traditionalist, but I'm also, you know, yeah, give us the bad as well. You know, I'm about innovation as well. I mean, that's who we are, the District of Innovation. You know, so, you know, I want to see. I like to hear.
And not to forget, we haven't forgotten our teachers.
Right.
You know, and yes.
Yes, I mean, trust the process, and
we know that a lot of them use that 5th day for their certifications. We want them to get certified. We know that, and you know, this is why we want to hear y'all's input as well. And
I can give you pros and cons to both, you know, and I'm very.
I think if you don't mind coming to the speaker that way, because we have probably community listening, and they'd like to hear y'all's input as well.
So I can give pros and cons to the 5-day traditional and then the 4-day. The biggest thing is as a pro to the 5-day is that extra time. Of course, anytime we get more of something we need, it's going to benefit the campus, it's going to benefit the district and the community. When we're looking at advantages of the 4-day, high school had the least amount of DOY teachers And so making sure that all my inclusion teachers are providing the accurate, the inclusion support to their students. I check those logs periodically. They're submitted, they have to sign into each class, so I check that. And then we also, myself and Ms. Teresa Trevino, we go in there and we check MSB logs to make sure that what they're doing on their logs is being allocated. Every student at the high school is receiving the inclusion time that is listed in their IEP plan that has been approved at our meetings, because that's my biggest concern. If I don't grow in my special populations, we're not going to make the grade with STAR.
Excuse me,
I know there was some concerns with.
excuse me, just so we're on it. So in that population area, did you do a comparison of the improvement from when we were a 5-day school to a 4-day?
We're doing it from last year to
Last
this year.
year.
I'm doing it from, improvement from last year to this year.
Okay.
Because last year we were.
We were
4.5.
four.
4.5. I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
Oh, our special, to make the grade. Yeah. It'll come to me. Somebody else do.
So I have data for junior high, and I can speak on behalf of them. I do agree, 5 days is gonna give you that extra day, it's gonna give you that extra push, which everybody needs. But I will say, voices are being said, and our faculty, staff, and almost 1,000 members of our community are speaking. I know a lot of our teachers did mention, then why do a survey? We're telling y'all what we like, what we've seen, and what we feel is best for our students, in their opinion. And there it is, right there. I will say for junior high, comparing to last year, we are all in the green. We need some masters except for 2 areas, which we are maybe 2 to 3 students away from that. All of our unit assessments are higher compared to last year. ISS from last year, we are down by 20 students, and DAP, we're down by 10. So yes, that has gotten better. As far as attendance compared to last year we were at 92.92, and this year currently we are at 93.48. So speaking data for junior high only, I can say we've seen gains. We've seen gains. It did help retain teachers. Last summer when they knew we were 4-day, I had all but 2 leave, and one was for a promotion and one just to get closer to home. This year, the interviews that I have had so far, that's a big one, is the 4-day. One's coming from a 4-day. And if things go back to being traditional, I'm afraid I might lose that applicant for sure. But like I said, I support my staff. I can only speak for my campus. And what I say is I will support, like she said, we work nonstop in the summer. We don't get summers off, so we work every day. But I will support my staff and what our community says, and that's speaking before they calendar.
I know what I was gonna say, so go ahead.
No, it's just, I know, it was brought up about, the dual credit teachers that are at the high school and having the spring break off. I did talk to my dual credit teachers, because, that's one of the big main things of managing and leading is, communication. And so I did, ask them how it was, if it was a factor, because I knew calendars were gonna be coming up. The college does not have a calendar up, as of yesterday when we had our meeting, and I asked. But they said that no, it just came down to planning. It just came down to planning accordingly, so they knew it was coming up. So they just did more of a blended learning. This is what you're gonna do on your own, so that they could maximize and have their spring break. Talk to students. My dual credit students, my juniors and seniors are very vocal, and so talk to them and kind of, because I know that's gonna be a thing with the spring breaks. And I almost said the name, but they just said it's part of it. It's part of it. You're a college student. Sometimes you have to put in the extra hours. And it also came down to planning accordingly. They receive their syllabuses ahead of time, so they're already ahead. They start to get themselves ahead so that they don't feel it. I didn't talk to every single one, but that's the ones that are vocal, and they're very vocal. So it comes up in conversation and talking to them. But that was one thing that I was concerned about, because people had asked about it, and so it's like, okay, let's see how they feel with this. Because if it is a problem, of course I'm going to advocate for them and
best that we can. But my junior planned accordingly. It was already different from the beginning stuff. Kind of great. For intermediate, as far as attendance, at this time last year, our attendance average was 91.49, and right now it's 92.7, so it's a little bit higher than it was at this point last year. Our discipline is down. We have, as far as suspensions, very little. Our ISS has a three student difference. Our detention decreased significantly, like by 40 students. So our discipline is down. As far as teacher attendance, we have a lot less teachers out because they are making their appointments on Fridays. I think overall last year was 200 and something out for the entire year, and right now we're at 107. So we do have a significant amount of teachers that are present for them. And as far as the data for benchmark, we compared it to last year where we were, and I did talk to the teachers, and they said at the point of benchmark this year, we had not covered what we had covered at this point last year, but we are already on track to have finished ahead of time before STAR and then do the spirals and the blips. So even though they were behind at benchmark time, they've already made up for that time, and they're planning on they're going to be done ahead of time before STAR, even though STAR is sooner than it was also last year. As far as the approaches column, that had lower scores for the approaches. Our meets was in the middle, and then we actually did have higher masters on our interim. So we went up in our masters area, but we went down in our approaches score. So they're shifting higher. So that's what the data said that they changed.
I think some of the pros for the 4-day calendar for TFE has been that we do have some teachers that rely on that 4-day calendar because they do come in from out of town. For a few of our teachers, they just mentioned to me that that's kind of a deal breaker for them because they do come in from Hondo, they do come in from San Antonio, and it's been able to alleviate the gas and stress on their car. For students, one of the issues that we had last year is that we had a lot of students leave early. It was sort of like a revolving door. It was hard to kind of get a handle on that. This year, it has decreased significantly for us. We have more students staying because I think parents are aware that now that they have the Friday, they can do whatever they need to do on that Friday. Another thing that we've also noticed is discipline, just like intermediate discipline has gone down significantly. I think if you look at the board report, we have like 12 referrals or something. It was something significantly lower. We're not having the issues that we were having, and I think most of it's because teachers aren't as tired, students aren't as tired, and so we're able to do and accomplish what we can in that 4-day time frame. Our data is projecting upwards, both in kinder and first. Second is getting there as well, but we have a lot more tier 1 and K in 1 than we did this time last year. What was the other thing I was thinking of? Oh, one of the downsides that some of my staff has mentioned to me is that on Fridays, the Fridays that we do come, they would rather stay on campus and plan. They feel really overwhelmed when they have a lot of PD on those Fridays because they feel like it's a lot of stuff jumbled up into one day, and they would like to have that time to go back and plan because during their planning periods, they're not just planning. They're also calling parents and having parent conferences and doing things that they need to do to get their class prepared. It's not just about the planning. So those Fridays would give them the opportunity to be able to plan at least 3 to 4 weeks in advance as opposed to maybe a week ahead or 2 weeks ahead. So that's one thing that they did mention to me is that they just feel like they're being pulled off campus on those days, or there's just too much stuff going on those days. Other than that, overall, I think it's been beneficial for our campus just because our littles are staying on campus more. Our attendance was trending pretty well in the first semester.
teachers, so the only thing that I ask is that if you all decide to vote against the 4 days, then please, get paid, so that we can continue to recruit those highly, qualified and certified teachers. So, keep that in mind, give us something to work with, when we're recruiting. That's the only thing, keep that in mind. If we're gonna lose this recruitment piece, then, maybe looking at pay so that it can, compensate and offset that. Maybe some of those that are on the verge of leaving, if we go back to 5 days, it'll help them to reconsider, because, pay increases or salary increases can, be that determining factor for them, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To me, whether we vote on a 4-day or 5-day, whatever we vote on it, it's not the lack of concern or prioritizing the academics. 'Cause that, again, I just want to reemphasize that it is top priority. It's the academics portion of it. And when I know you mentioned about my comment about the fall sports. That's all year round anyway. But like y'all that actually are 5, 6 days, 7 days at times, all the days. So, what really concerns me more for going to 4 days is more at the TFE, of course. Those young ones, that length of time and not getting real impacting, the academic portion of it, not being very impacting on it, and then we pass them on to the intermediate and see where their growth is at, since
Because ultimately we start them there.
that's our foundation right there, so, again, going back to what I said, it's just that, the surveys, Mr. Montes, he made a comment about, the comment was, why we having surveys. I understand, I agree with that, why we, throwing it out there, if we're not really gonna work on it. So, at the end of the day, we gotta be there for our students. I think each one of us has gotten calls from the community for or against, and each one has had their reasoning behind it. It's going to be a popular or unpopular opinion. We vote whichever way we go. At the end of the day, this is your community. We've always said, once a Maverick, always a Maverick. We can't turn our backs on our kids. Whether whatever decision we make, and I just feel that we're going to do it regardless what it is. That's going to be our decision. It's the best decision we're going to make. So
I just want to go back to what Ms. Salamanca said. Yeah, the survey people, that's what they want. They want the 4-day. So my thing is, say we keep a 4-day schedule. I don't know if this would be possible. Say you keep a 4-day schedule, and on Fridays, we go on the outside and maybe recruit retired teachers that are willing to come in and do extensive tutoring for those who need it or want the extra tutoring. I don't know if that could be an option or not.
we have the mentorship program. We approved it. Well, actually, Mr. Rochester had brought it to one of our meetings, because we actually brought it to the table to discuss it. So that option is there. Whether it's being utilized, I do not know. Not in the classrooms with them, but we do have the option, and that was the one of the stipends from the last meeting that we actually rewarded it because of that purpose for the mentors. It was part of that internal audit that we had, and that was one of the corrections that had to be done because of the mentorship. Am I correct or wrong?
Excuse me, sir, that stipend was, for a teacher to teacher, not for a teacher to student. Yes.
Right.
Teacher to teacher, correct? Yes.
No.
No.
But I'm talking about.
Oh, you're talking about for student. I'm sorry.
Yes, because that's what we're talking about, right?
Yes,
Giving more time to the
I
students.
apologize. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If it's possible to go out and recruit retired teachers, or even maybe some of the teachers that are willing to come in on Fridays and do, you know, tutor the students that need help or want more help.
So I completely agree with you, and please jump in, ladies, but I agree with that, but I think that has to come from up here, from the top, saying, guess what, we're all gonna align, and on this, September Fridays, math teachers, you're coming in. October Fridays, reading teachers. So that way that we're all aligned and not teachers within our campuses are saying, hey, why are they, you know, they're not going
Right.
in. So I agree with you, and we can do that, we are willing, we've said it, we will do it. The thing is, we have to make sure we're gonna pay them, because remember, they're
Of
coming in
course.
on their day off, which I'm
Of
sure
course.
they will, but it has to be aligned, and that has to come from the top. It has to come from the top to all our community and our teachers saying, we support you, hey, we need you, 8 to 12, whatever it is. And the students were ready. As much as we all took our step forward, we took 3 steps back, because we felt we can push it, but we need people to stand behind us and
Right.
say, hey, do it. Here you go. Here's a block schedule for those Fridays. We need you to carry it out. We'll step in. Trust me, we will. We've already had some that did bring them in and get the pay. But to be honest, that is doable. I just want to go back to, and I don't know who said it, when you do a one and done, you kind of burn our faculty and staff there. Because now we have people around us who are going on their second and third year. We're gonna lose some, we will. And I know we'll get by, we'll get teachers if we have to, but what message are we sending that we're gonna try 1 year, now let's go back? Honestly, as an administrator, that's kind of a slap in the face.
Right.
Because we have tried everything we have this last year, and we're showing you, hey, we're getting there, slowly we're working, we're not giving up, and our students are working very hard. Discipline and culture, all 3 of us, have only been at our campus, this is my second year, only 2 years there. We're giving all we have, and we will always support everything you do because you support us. But right now, we have to stand and say here in front of everybody, even online, that's what they're telling you, that's what they're saying. And I will continue to support my staff because they continue to support me and working hard, and I see it day in and day out. I have it. Every board meeting, I can go back and say, numbers are going, you say trust the process, you can't trust it in a year, that's not enough time. So that's where I feel bad going back tomorrow or Monday saying, sorry guys, you gotta come back for 5 days.
Right.
I guarantee you I will have some resignation.
No, and I agree.
Yeah.
And I agree. And
That's the only thing I worry, we gotta talk the talk and walk it also.
right. And we need
1 year back.
we need to be able to support
Yes. 1 year.
y'all what they're asking for also.
I'm just saying.
And two last things. Two last things. I know Ms. Chavetta reported that we have 200 and some students that participate in the tutoring program. It's a lot more. We have a lot of teachers that don't want to do it and not get paid because they do not want to do all the paperwork that's required with it. They just let me meet with my kids. Let me you know, provide these interventions and tutoring for my kids because they don't care about the pay. So we do have more students so that, you know.
I should have verified that, yes.
Yeah.
Because I only counted off
What-
what
yes.
they turned in to me, the student sign-in sheets with the lesson
The
plan.
teachers that are asking to get paid. But
To get paid for that.
Yes, and so since talking about that, that brings me my second thing. So with the Fridays, that pay has to be competitive for them to come in over and beyond what they're getting paid right now. It's not worth it to where I'm just gonna do it for free. So let's, you know, we're academics first. Let's, again, I'm gonna push the money because money talks with teachers. And so you want teachers to come in on Friday, it's not gonna be $25 an hour. Pay them a little bit more so it makes it worthwhile. Because coming in at 2, 3, even though they're here half a day, it's $100. That's not even a tank of gas by the time we take taxes out. It's not even a tank of gas. So different things to think about, but.
What are y'all doing right now on the Fridays?
Huh?
What are y'all doing right now? Cause I see vehicles at schools.
So
What are y'all
they-
doing right
they
now?
do we have, again, my campus, I know a lot of them come in and plan department-wise, because a lot of those PD days, we are pooled for other things, as Ms. Gonzalez said. So they're coming in on their time, own Fridays, and they're planning, math teachers, science teachers, they're planning. They've asked about students coming in, but like again, I said, I was kind of tiptoeing on that, because I think we need to all be aligned and send the message to be fair to all students, not just from campus. So, they're planning, because, for me, it's their planning. And then also
help the blue shade? How can we help the ones that need those 5 days? How can we help the families with those 5-day needs? I mean, there's a lot of factors. Like, I was looking at Mr. Perez. Mr. Perez, I mean, on your state year, I mean, does it bring you more time with your band students? Does it, I mean, there's a lot of factors that we have to look at. But how can we help the 3 shades that we have there?
I know a big one is also transportation, because I have several families right now struggling, reaching out, and my hands are tied. I know we reached out to Ms. Savannah too, and she's trying to help us with that. When we had transportation coming back for a lot of those students, that really helped. Right now, a lot of them won't stay because they don't have means of transportation after school. That's a big one. Our bus routes, I'm sorry, they're not adequate. We don't have enough, and I know we're bus drivers, I get all that. But besides that, what are we gonna do? We say these are our kids, academics, but then we need to get them here. I have families that walk their kids to my door and then walk home. So it's things like that. It's transportation. A lot of these in blue need more, English classes, learning how to help their students. I will say our left students right now, huge gains that are praying on a lot of students exiting the program because we've made those opportunities for them in small group lunch studies. And she loved it. She's one of the teachers that has lunch with her students in student tutorial. So they're doing all the extra means. We do go to schools almost 4:30. You're past me. It's not the effort. It's not the lack of academics. It's not the lack of PD. All that is there. I think just teacher burnout over the years has just been drastic. And they look a lot more put together this year. They're more relieved and feel the culture, as we mentioned, at Spartan.
And
They're happy.
I'm glad you brought that up with the transportation. I think transportation is still going to be an issue either way. If we do 4-day and we do something like Mr. Rodriguez offered, now we have additional staff that we're gonna have to pay as well, because now you got bus drivers and now you got meals for those that are coming in on those Fridays. So,
Well, you're gonna pay them either way if they come, we make
but I'm
five,
saying
5 day
that,
weeks.
transportation is still gonna be an issue
And
either
can
way.
I add in here, it's also gonna take away from maintenance, so they work 5 days a week, but they are also the bus drivers, so that's gonna take away from them being able to keep up with the campuses in the district, because they're also having to put that aside now to go drive those kids home or pick them up or vice versa.
So
There's
that-
also that, and also, just to take into consideration, if you do switch to a 5-day calendar, just consider, people's pay rates, because that's gonna completely change. When we have 2 people on payroll, they have to manually enter every single individual's, salary by hand, because it's not a click of a button. They actually have to do that manually by, each individual, right? So if we do go to a 5-day, which would be 187 days, for staff versus the 171, their daily rate's gonna go down, so that's, again, a lot of math, so we need that, like, as soon as possible, so you can start planning already, because it's a lot of work, it's not a simple.
And I do want to add, I know Ms. Bass made a really good point about, the pay for the teachers, because we do only pay $25 an hour. But I know that anytime we have the auditors come, they always question, well, how did you get that number? So, enticing them to come for more pay, they always ask us that. And so I don't know how they would be able to, to reason, $35 I think would be maybe reasonable, but it just depends. Like, if we're gonna say we're gonna offer them $50 an hour, I don't know if the auditors would say like, okay, that's a good number, or they're gonna ask.
That's the number I was thinking.
Yeah.
That was true.
But, those are things that, because when we offered the Tapia stipend to the teachers that went last year to Rice University, that was one of the things that came up from our auditors. How did you all come up with this stipend? And so luckily, we were within the range of an allowable rate for the teachers to go. So, we didn't get dinged on that, but it's just another thing to consider because, and then, of course, on the federal side, anytime, we're paying out, that's one of the things, I have conversations with my consultants about, is it allowable? Is it gonna, be a concern later on? So that's just another thing.
Remind me, how much was that, the stipend, was it 250, what was that, that
The
Tapia?
stipend for the teachers?
For the Tapia one?
It was 1,200.
1,200.
For a whole week. Yeah, so it was by day.
Okay.
Yeah, so $200 a day or
So,
something.
yeah, I was gonna
Were you
say
gonna say something,
250.
Dan?
Oh, just, from a support, I know academics is priority, I respect, that's what we're here for, right? And me as a support department, and probably Freddie, is that those Fridays,
and no one around, and no one around. Yeah, right.
I guess one of the biggest concerns really what was mentioned was making sure that those Thursdays don't turn into Fridays. That's strictly, curriculum. So yes, sir, Mr. Pettit.
Just to go back to what you said, for those of you guys that don't know, every year is a state year now for us. Every year. So every other
It's been a
year,
while.
it changed, like, a couple years after COVID.
Right.
But every year is a state year from now on, for the foreseeable future. My 2 cents is, we're kind of bouncing back from the 4 day to 5 day is the fact that the past 3 years, we've had 3 different calendars, and we aren't really gonna see the effectiveness of this calendar if we go back to something else, something that's already been said. But, it's just, for us, yes, we've taken a hit, but the bigger hit that we took was back when we were in academic hot water in 14, when our band program turned from, from a beginner band class from over 120 kids to 90, and then the following year after we were in hot water, it went down to 35. 35 beginner band kids. It was like, what? We had this number, we were like, yes, high-fiving each other. We got over 90 kids this year, yes, and then 35. Why were they taken out? Because of academics. These kids had to be not in only 1 but 2 remedial classes to help them, fill that gap. So it sounds like there's academic progress happening all the way around. I would be the first to tell you, I think I've already mentioned to some of you guys that I would like to have a 5 day. I would have more time with my kids, but that's the selfish part of it. To try to keep the band program to keep it going, because we did feel the hit even last year, even more so this year, but we adapted. I like the principles that we have, I'm here to working Fridays, working Saturdays, working summers as well. So planning for our next marching season, it takes, we've been doing it now, overlapping my UIL to plan for next fall. But that's not the case for my other 3 assistants that we have. They're the same boat with the rest of the teachers. So they're coming in on their Fridays off. You know what I mean? So, when it comes to this, I would just like to see some consistency so that we can adapt a lot better, a lot quicker, and stay with a 4 day week. As much as it pains me to say, I would like to see some consistency so we can adapt ourselves, and not have another thing, different, as much as, just having more time with kids. I just want to see some consistency in how this 4 day week can be effective for every recruiting teachers because of this, not just any of them, but good ones coming in and they're staying. I think we're on the right track, we're onto something. And I think we owe it to another year of this, see how effective this first year was and how effective it can be with the 2 years of the same thing. Because, we can adapt, but I would just like to see some consistency so we can plan on working with us for our program as well.
And this is why we wanted to ask y'all. We wanted to get y'all's input because ultimately y'all are the ones that are seeing, y'all are the ones there, not us. We see numbers, we see scores, but ultimately we want to know what's working for y'all and y'all's campus. I'm glad to hear this because
I'd like to thank everybody for everybody's comments. So just so in time, we can move, but, one of the things that, I haven't spoken about it, so I'm just gonna put my, I respect everybody's, comments, pros, the cons. I was leaning towards the traditional. I'm leaning towards the 4 day because I'm hearing you, okay? I'm listening to you, but as we move forward, okay, and it's gonna be a board decision, I'm just giving my opinion to this, is that we're listening to you, I'm listening to you, I wanna give you that opportunity. We do have a new leader coming in. Once that leader comes in and they decide or they see what needs to happen, then we're gonna have to respect that part of it, okay? So to not create animosities or they did this or they did that, I'm leaning towards the 4-day right now, just because I'm listening to you. Okay, I respect that. But at the same time, I want y'all to understand that when we get to mid-year next year in December, if it's not happening, things are gonna change.
And we ask,
Am
as
I,
for me, because I'm with Mr. Marco, I'm a traditionalist, I was coming in with a traditional, and that's why I wanted to hear from y'all as well. But we just ask, don't make the Thursdays Fridays, you know, those Friday events, because you're looking at just 3 days of instruction for these kids, and, you know, we wanna change things around, and we wanna succeed, and,
That's
you
one
know.
thing that I pushed, you know, this year at the high school, and, I'm sure at the other four, campuses, because of the last year's, the 4.5 day, it was like a 4-day calendar. It was because that last, that half day, that's what we used for, you know, they're supposed to provide for interventions during the day, but then that's when we did a lot of our incentives, we had our pep rally, okay, so that's part of it. So it ended up like we were working a 4-day calendar last year. And so that's something I came in, not having that half day, it's like, okay, if we mean business, this is what it looks like, and being very, specific about timing, you know, even for our pep rally, it's starting at this time, and we're not getting called out until this time, and it's not a free-for-all, and we've really harped on kids in the class and stay out of the hallways, and my biggest thing, I'm a broken record at the high school, if anybody was at the
Okay.
meeting, like, stay, you know, we
So
need to focus on the instruction.
I'd like to move forward with this item, and, so do I have a motion, to approve, or let me have a vote on the 4-day calendar? Can I have a show of hands? Can I have a show of hands for 4 days?
Can we discuss an executive and then come back out? I have a motion to discuss something in executive.
I don't
It's
think, that's
not
not an
legal.
executive item. It's not an executive item. If you wanna
Yeah.
talk about it, we could talk about it right here.
Thank you.
So I wanna see a show of hands for a 4-day?
Matthew, and what about is it too late to do the 4.5? Look at the 4.5?
You could look at the 4.5 day schedule, but then you're pushing it back another month, and then
Yeah.
when you push it back another month, then
And
there's-
she's just been saying about the 4.5.
That was what that was a really hard calendar, and, it was not, they didn't show up.
I think we've got,
I wanted to see the 4.5 day calendar, but I asked for it too late, so then there's not enough time. If you approve that, then you didn't go through DIC, didn't go through community, all these other issues, so. And I think just by looking at that vote already, you kind of have an answer of what the majority of the board would do.
so, so do I have a motion to approve the 4-day calendar as presented?
I make a motion to approve the 4-day calendar as presented.
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Lionel Gandara, seconded by Mr. Logie Rodriguez to approve the 4-day calendar for the 25-26 school year as presented. All in favor? Unanimous. Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your input.
Thank y'all, ladies,
And
gentlemen.
we look forward to a great year next year. Okay, so I'll next move on to the discussing, consider possible action on the amendment of the 24-25 district calendar. Doctor, what is that about?
So, the
Help
district
me
did
out.
not have school on January 24th due to inclement weather,
Okay,
so the district is required to make up the date.
okay,
And so the next available day would be Monday, April 21st. So the recommendation is to amend the current calendar and have school day on that date.
on April 21.
Yes, in preparation for STAR as well.
So does anybody have any questions or comments regarding that makeup day of April 21st? If I don't,
That's after Easter, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There's no other dates there?
There's one in May,
May 12th.
it was May 12th.
Is that a Friday?
We're looking at STAR coming in during that timeframe. So,
So, I know community travels out on that
Right.
Easter weekend.
April 21st is Monday.
right.
Yeah, you're right.
But
What was the other day?
May
Easter's on-
12th?
The other day is the day after Mother's Day. But if then you got other having PT now and then what day would you meet that?
I'm sorry, what is the issue?
They came in weather to make up a day already from January
What is the
21st.
issue with the 21st?
Oh,
Because it's
It's
after Easter and,
Usually
Oh.
we have it off.
Okay.
And so when a district approves its calendar, it has to allocate for 2 bad weather days. It's a requirement, right? And so you've got Monday, April 21st, and you've got May 12th. And so we have to amend the calendar, the requirement.
If you were to put it on the May date, and then you had another bad weather day in between, then
You
you
ain't got
have
no more days.
add another day to the calendar.
Yeah.
You have to.
So it's better to use.
I don't know, man.
graduation day.
I see what you're saying, Matt.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying, Matt. Yeah.
So I see it's an
One
inconvenience,
extra
but
day?
I think you do it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Get out of the way.
Having off on the sixth, they would have to come back on the following Monday because of the number of days that they work.
Así es. You good with the 21st?
We work on the Friday, right? But if they're gonna make it up, if they're gonna make the bad weather day, if there's another bad weather day, we have to make up, and there has to be another bad weather day, which means we're gonna extend another day because we have to work that day.
yeah.
Okay, so are we good with the 21st of April?
You want to hear from them? Or?
It gets up to us.
Yeah.
And
Well,
and the doctor's
they're
recommendation.
Yeah, is your recommendation for that?
Yes, sir.
Then
Yes.
I'll go with it.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve April 21st as the makeup day for January 24th?
21st.
But no, it's the makeup for 124.
April
April
21st,
21st is the
yeah.
day, the makeup day.
Yeah, April 21st.
No, but January 21st.
No, January the 24th was a bad day, right?
21st.
The 24th was the bad day.
21st was a bad day.
And then you
It's
never.
21st and 20, it's 21st and 21st.
Okay. All right, do I have a motion for April 21st?
There you go.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I make a motion
Okay, thank you, sir.
for April 21st.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All righty. So I have a motion by Lionel Gandara, seconded by Matthew Aguilar, to approve April 21st as the makeup day for the 2024-2025 district calendar. All in favor? We have one no vote, nay, one nay,
Two names.
2 nays.
You gotta make it
So
up.
5 to 2. Okay, next item, we'll go to item F. Discuss and consider parking lot lighting at TFE. Doctor.
So on page 75, you have your board packet information. This is for the installation of, I believe, 4 sets of lights, new lights at the parking lot, the big parking lot at TFE. It also includes retrofitting the teacher parking lot as well. So it'll have all LED lights. And so, you know, there's really the current asphalt company, construction company is waiting to get this done, right? So that everything makes sense at the end. And so we are recommending that we approve the bid for 48,793.91.
That's from LED Authority.
That is correct. That's
Okay.
from LED Authority.
Much needed, so.
Okay, so do I have any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve LED Authority for the project, lighting project for 48,793.91.
Do I have a second? So I have a motion by Lionel Gandara, seconded by Ms. Diana Hughes to approve the lighting project as presented. All in favor? It'll be unanimous. We'll get him to vote here in a minute. We wait for him. So we'll move on to the next item real quick. So the item G is discuss and consider the appointment of a Pearsall ISD representative to the Frio County Appraisal District Board by resolution. Sir, were you for the lighting project?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it was unanimous. All right, so I think Logie, you were on there right now, right?
Yes, yes, I
Okay.
am.
And so you've already completed your second year?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're looking for somebody to, be the representative for Pearsall ISD. They meet, once a
Well,
month?
actually, Mr. Reyes, I've completed my first year.
Okay.
First term.
Yeah,
So
my
do
first
you-
term.
Would you like to stay there, sir?
I'm gonna have to decline it.
Okay.
Yes, yes, just because of the fact that that's another meeting, and with my work schedule, it's hard to get to when, at the times that they have it, and I don't wanna shortchange anybody, with my responsibilities that I need to have to fulfill that commitment.
Totally understand.
Yes.
Totally understood.
I have a question on that. It says that his term expired on December 31st,
Yes.
2024,
So take-
but the term begins January 1st, 2024, and it's a 2-year term, so I'm assuming that's 2025 instead of?
Type,
Yes.
type.
Okay.
It's 2025.
Okay.
So,
I'd like to nominate Lionel Gandara.
No, thank you. I'm already in a different board as well, so, no,
I would like to nominate Ms. Adrian Ramirez.
I would second that one.
Dejada accepted? Would you accept the nomination?
I third it.
I gladly accept.
There you go.
do, okay. So, Ms. Adrian Ramirez accepts the nomination and the appointment. So do we need to vote on that?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir, and
we
have a
do.
resolution approved.
Mhm.
If needed to.
All right, here we go. Okay, so if I can have a motion. Okay, so Lionel, right? Lionel,
Logie motioned.
Logie? No, who motioned? No. You
Oh,
made a
yeah,
rec-
you
you
made
made
the
the
recommendation,
recommendation?
so go ahead and make.
Okay, Logie, let me write this down, because I'm gonna read this. Okay, and then who seconded it? Lionel? Okay, so, be it resolved and ordered by the Board of Trustees of the Pearsall Independent School District that on a motion made by trustee Logie Rodriguez and seconded by trustee Lionel Gandara, Pearsall ISD appoints Adrian Ramirez to represent Pearsall ISD on the Frio County Appraisal District Board, accepted by the Pearsall Independent School District Board of Trustees at the regular board meeting with a quorum present on, geez, me, Christmas. I went blank. March the 26th of 2025. So we do have a motion in place. Do I have a vote? Okay, unanimous. Motion carries. And so I'll need to fill this out. Do you have that form?
I have it already, you'll just, sign it.
Okay, good deal. Very good.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Best for you.
I was there for two
Bring us the
years,
money.
2 years, 2 years, I think. Very interesting to see how the money is brought in. Okay, so next we'll go to item 10, superintendent report and updates. Doctor.
Yes, sir, so we have a student enrollment on page 83 of your board packet. And then we have the superintendent report and updates on page 84 with the following dates. March 26th, which is Friday, student teacher holiday, followed by April 4th, staff PD, professional development workday. April 8th through the 10th, that's when STAR testing will begin. April 11th, Friday, will be a student teacher holiday, and then followed by April 14th to the 17th of STAR testing, EOC testing as well scheduled. One other item, just as y'all were made aware of earlier, TxDOT is given a preliminary approval to their engineering firm services to allow the district to build traffic lights front of the high school. And so they will be extending some, support to the district, through engineering the design phase. And, we're scheduled to meet with a gentleman, I believe this week, to look at the width of the driveway area, entranceway, to review the actual passages or entrances and exits from that campus, to also look at the crosswalks, to allow kids to safely cross to and from school. You see quite a bit of kids, it's like a,
Sure.
it's, just crossing on a daily basis, and so, it did take some time, but TxDOT was.
8 months.
8 months, and so TxDOT did kind of acknowledge that they would look at honoring, one of the district meeting, one of the 9 requirements, one of 9, right, to be able to proceed with this project. And the district did approve a loan, okay, which it helps, knowing that the district is serious, it helps move this forward. And so TxDOT is aware, and they're looking at designing it, taking about 6 weeks, and having the materials ordered, and finding a outfit who can actually.
Contractor.
Yes, sir, who can build it for the district. Well, of course, they will maintain it after the fact, which is good, right?
Good deal.
But they're
Much needed.
very supportive of giving the district the green light.
The third lane will be needed as well, so.
Turning lane?
Turning lane.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Which means possibly moving the, what do you call it, the signage and the brick,
Relocating it.
Hey.
relocating
Yes,
it.
sir.
Safety,
Yes.
and getting that traffic moving, cause man, it's crazy. Anything else, sir?
No,
All right. So, it is now 9:39 PM. And the Pearsall ISD Board of Trustees will convene in closed meeting as authorized by section 551.001 of the Texas Government Code Open Meetings Act under the following provision, 551.074. It is now 10:38 PM and the Pearsall ISD Board of Trustees comes back into open session. Doctor, do we have any business?
Yes, sir. We have two recommendations. We're going to proceed, the recommendation will begin at number 12A, under employment recommendations, 12A. And the recommendation for employment would be Lori Olguin-Moore for a teaching position.
So do I have a motion to approve the employee as presented, item 12A?
Make a motion to approve, Lori Moore.
So I have a motion by Mr. Lionel Gandara, seconded by Ms. Mari Benavides, to approve the employee as presented. All in favor? Unanimous. Motion carries. Next, we'll go on to item 12B. Doctor.
Yes, sir. I have a recommendation to approve the following administrative recommendations, contracts for the 25-26 school year as presented in the executive session.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the administrative contracts as discussed in the executive session.
Do I have a motion by Matthew Aguilar, seconded by Ms. Adrian Ramirez, to approve the recommendations for the administrative contracts as presented? All in favor? Unanimous. Motion carries. Doctor, do we have any other business?
No, sir. Not this time.
Being that we have no other business, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
So I have a motion by by Lionel Gandara, seconded by Matthew Aguilar to adjourn. All in favor? Unanimous. It is now 10:40 PM. This meeting is adjourned.